I'll make it up, I'll make it, I'll make it up, I'll make it up,
You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Saturday, September 17th, 2022, at around 11 p.m. If the chat could let me know if the audio and video is coming through okay. So today we are playing Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, a case from the West End Adventures box. If you're playing from the original box, which is here, this green box, it will be case 2. If you're playing at home from the new box by Space Cowboys, it will be case 6. The reason for that is that in the new box, in the Space Cowboys box here, you can see from the title, Jack the Ripper and West End Adventures, that the original case box only came with 6 cases. And when they reprinted it, Space Cowboys added 4 cases based on the Jack the Ripper true crime. And those make up the first 4 cases. I think everyone involved would probably agree at this point that it was a terrible idea to put those cases up front instead of at the back, since the Jack the Ripper cases are the cases that people are most unsatisfied with. And everyone seems to suggest don't start there, start with the other cases. All right, so let's talk about the differences in these boxes briefly, but tell you where to go to learn more. So the first case we played from the West End Adventures set is on YouTube. It's about 7 hours long, and the entire first hour and a half or so is spent talking about the history of these 2 editions and differences and theories about the differences and a couple of interesting mysteries involving it. I'm not going to repeat all that here. So my suggestion is, if you're interested in the history of these games, is to stop watching this video, go back, go find the first case that I played through, where I talk about and compare. And in that case, we actually read the full introduction for case 1 in the old edition, and then the full in the new edition, and read through the newspapers, etc. For today, what we're going to do is we're going to play from the new box. Jonathan Warner in the chat. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Jonathan Warner in the chat is going to play from the old edition. He's already played it, in fact. And if he spots something interesting in the old edition, an interesting difference, we will go and read and take a look at the old edition. I've rearranged some controls. We're also going to do a lot of experimenting in today's stream. I've rearranged my controls. I've rearranged sort of what I'm looking at, which hopefully will solve the issues with me looking off camera a little bit. And what you saw briefly there is I've set up a little notes. We're going to try to get into the habit of doing digital notes as we play a little bit better. So I've got a little tablet on a split screen. All of the split screens now will be reversed where they normally are on my streams. They'll all be on the left. That just makes it easier for me to read them without looking away. Okay, we'll talk a little bit about before we get started here, but I've given you the bottom line. Go watch the first video if you want to watch these cases. You want to watch me talk about the history, but we'll be playing through the new box, mostly through the new box, which I have set up here. The second case is the murder of Sherlock Holmes. All right, what else shall we talk about? I'm going to start posting on the videos a little introduction. I've got a little printout when I do these things about things I want to talk about up front. In sometime in the middle of this stream, we'll have a little intermission taste testing of this limited edition Coke Zero Dream flavor, which I've been told by reputable sources is terrible, but we will taste test it and do it. I talked about the changes we're going to try this session, in addition to the digital notes split screen and a little bit of rearranging stuff. We'll also be trying my new OBS plugin that I wrote to crop in when we read paragraphs and zoom in. When AutoZoom is what I call it. And so we'll be trying that out today and seeing how well it works. In fact, let me just turn it on here. This is what it was made for, Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. So we'll see how well it works. If it's more annoying than not, we're going to sort of force ourselves to use it. That's partly why we're playing this game today. I'm going to force myself to use it, and hopefully we'll get used to it and see whether it's an improvement over using the papers that we learned from Paul Grogan to hide stuff physically. All right, what else should we talk about and catch up on? Let's see what people have been up to in the week since we last played. John says, saw Cyberpunk Edgerunners anime. I don't know it. Interesting. Matt says, watched more episodes of Alfred Hitchcock Presents. Interesting. Oh, Anna is here. Good. Anna, it's Anna's birthday recently, so we're sort of playing this to celebrate Anna's birthday, but I did remark earlier that Anna is kind of scamming us a little bit because we also played a special game for her name day, which is something we don't even have here in America, where you celebrate everyone whose name is the same as you. I guess every name has its own day of the year. Is that how it works? Seems a bit like a scam to me. I saw Barbarian. Has anyone seen Barbarian yet? It's a very interesting horror movie. I liked it quite a bit. There's some unusual, interesting decisions in the way it was filmed, the way it was set up. It's almost like, it felt to me like it was almost based on a TV serial, like a limited series. It almost felt like episodes. I won't say anything more to not to spoil it, but I did like it quite a bit. I didn't think it was amazing. There were parts about it that I thought could be better, but I did like it quite a bit, better than most horror movies. Anything else to talk about before we jump in here? I noticed that BGG lists the original box as published in 1995, but that's not right. It was published in 1990. You can see from the advertisement for it. And one of the remaining mysteries about it, which I talk about at length in the first YouTube video I made, is that the advert for the West End Adventures says there's 10 cases in the box. That's how they normally did it with these expansions. That's what Space Cowboys has continued to do. But then there were actually only 6. Advertised as having 10. Advertised as being finished. They were working on the East End Adventures, which never got released. Then the advert only listed 9 cases, but listed 9 cases by name. And then the box only had 6. So we don't know where these missing cases are. But it's the same 6 cases in the old edition and the new edition. And the theory that we have about why these cases are so different. I mean, I guess we should just mention that quickly as the last part about talking about the differences between these two boxes. There are substantial differences between the original edition, the 1990 edition, and the 2016 Space Cowboys edition. The cases have been rewritten dramatically, the actual text, even when it doesn't look like it's not. The cases have been improved and corrected from what we can tell to fix problems in the logic of them, but also all of the intros and paragraphs seems to have been rewritten. And our theory is, and you can watch this on the first video, but our theory is Space Cowboys is a French company, and the original writers of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective were Gary Grady and Suzanne Goldberg in San Francisco. And basically what we think happened is the French fell in love with the system, translated these original expansions, wrote one of their own, Adventures by Gaslight, one of our favorites, but translated them into French. And when the reprint happened, we think they started with they worked on their French translated versions, improve them, and then have those French translated back into English for the English edition that we're playing here. So basically everything's gone through the filter of translation twice, and so the text just got rewritten as matter of course, not just to fix issues. Jonathan says, have you ever seen Mother? I believe I have seen Mother. Yes, it was disturbing. Okay, let's get started then. So here we have the Space Cowboys version. Let's test out the plugin a little bit here. Let's make sure I've got it all configured. So I've got their close-up view. Okay, let's just use these cubes. Let's see if it works. Okay, nothing's happening. There we go. Okay, there's our title picture. Now I want to point something out. Up here, this photo he has on his wall is from the earlier reprint of Sherlock Holmes. What was the company that did the early reprint? I can't remember. It's curious because actually this looks like Holmes putting on a disguise and Death of Sherlock Holmes. If you'll remember, the Baker Street Irregulars box has a case that's a little bit similar. All right, let's read our introduction here. West End 6th case, the murder of Sherlock Holmes. This is going too far, Watson. Holmes was pacing the room while reading a newspaper when he shouted and threw the newspaper at the doctor's feet. I tolerate your stories in the Strand, despite it bringing me abundant mail, which interferes. They have also brought you a few interesting cases, Watson interrupts him, his face crimson. I can especially no longer show myself in public. The last time we went to Albert Hall, I was getting more attention than the public is showing you its affection and respect. Poppycock. And what about the tobacco merchant who sells a cigar with my name? He sends you a box every month, says Watson, while motioning at the pile of cigar boxes next to the fireplace. Ah, they aren't very good, sighs Holmes. Watson and he break out in laughter. I'm sorry, my friend, I must be getting old, but the idea of a play based on my adventures seems to be the straw that broke the camel's back, especially when the main role is played by an American. The door opens abruptly under Wiggins' push as he enters with a determined step, followed by a young man. Out of breath, he had clearly climbed the 17 steps leading to Holmes' living room at full speed. Mr. Holmes, I am in need of your help, shouts Wiggins. Oh, this is Wiggins talking. Wiggins, these cases, you remember from the introduction from case 1, these cases are described as sort of from the diary of Wiggins. Wiggins is one of the Baker Street irregulars, the young helpers, and he's about 30 years old now, and he's an actor, and these are the cases from his. Holmes is famous, and so that's how these are framed. Mr. Holmes, I'm in need of your help, shouts Wiggins. Calm yourself. My help is of course yours. What do you want? Who is that young man? It's Billy, your groom. Billy? Get hold of yourself, Wiggins. Billy left London years ago. He's a policeman in Oxford. No, his name is Charlie. I mean, he plays Billy's role in the play about you. Oh, very well. What happened? You've been killed. Really? Again? Wiggins corrects himself. Mr. Razor, the American actor who has your role, has been killed and Billy's brother has been arrested. And who is that? Me. He plays the role of me. Charlie begins talking. I should explain what happened, Mr. Holmes. Wiggins has suffered a shock. It seems that the police don't like him very much. Lestrade, says Wiggins, rolling his eyes to the sky. Answers Holmes. Resume your telling of events, Charlie. Today, as the costume rehearsal was being held, the premiere is happening in 2 days. Well, with Holmes's death, nothing's for certain anymore. Charlie's gaze is filled with sadness. I do wish you'd stop talking about the actors by using the name of their character. It's not only disturbing, but it's also disconcerting to hear the details of one's own murder be repeated. Holmes punctuates that remark with a wide smile, which puts Charlie at ease. Yes, sir, approves Charlie. It's an actor's habit to remain in character. We spent the morning going over the play. The director, Mr. Betancourt, wanted to rehearse Act 2 after lunch. Most of the actors had gathered on stage to listen to Mr. Betancourt's remarks. It was 1:45 when we heard a shot ring out from backstage, then the shout of a woman. We rushed backstage into Razor's dressing room. Sidney was leaning over Razor's body, pistol in hand, and Razor was dead. And the woman who shouted? Asks Holmes. Jean Barain, the costume maker for Maria Leslie. She ran to Razor's dressing room when she heard the shot. She declared that Sidney was already there with the pistol in his hand. That sounds like a bad start, says Holmes. I know, sir, but I'm sure that my brother didn't kill Mr. Razor. He's incapable of killing anyone. I'm sure of that. For the first time, emotion floods Charlie's voice. Charlie's right. Sidney isn't a killer, Mr. Holmes. You must help us, adds Wiggins. I have no choice but to solve my own murder. I'll look into this case more closely, Charlie. I'll ask Mr. Hall to contact your brother in Newgate in order for him to be freed. But from what you've told me, it won't be simple. Holmes goes to Charlie and lays a paternal hand on the young man's shoulder. Don't worry. If your brother is innocent, we'll prove it. Go home and get some rest. After Charlie's departure, we sit around the round oak table to talk in front of a coffee. I didn't want to say anything in front of Charlie, Wiggins, but this case seems to be off to a bad start. Is there anything more you could tell us that could help? I'm afraid not, says Wiggins. How many people were in the theater when the shot was fired? The whole team was there, as well as Mr. Betancourt, the director. There was also Jean Barain, Richard Essex, the stage manager, and Brian Smith, the doorman. Wiggins hands the program to Holmes. A scandal in Bohemia. Watson, I recognize your style. Holmes didn't shout, but his voice went higher. He gives the program to Watson as if it was proof of a perpetrated misdeed. I didn't see anything wrong in them using my writing, answers Watson with a timid voice. The public loves that story. You even agreed when I told you about it. You've always been able to get me to agree to anything, Watson. Or maybe it's my vanity, which is greater than I'd like to admit. How did you become a character in this story, Wiggins? I don't remember you being part of this adventure. I was added for dramatic effect, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Razor took a lot of liberties with the original story. Wiggins' answer causes a motion of Holmes's head. And why are you playing your own role? I didn't match the character. The answer, why aren't you playing your own role? I didn't match the character. This answer triggers a smile on Holmes's face. Come with me, Wiggins. Let's go and solve this case. As we look about to follow them, Holmes cuts us short. Why don't you stay with Watson, my friends? I'm in the mood for my actions, not to be the front page of the shows section. We'll meet up at the denouement. A deathly silence floats in the room after the departure of Holmes and Wiggins. No matter. We'll investigate this case ourselves, exclaims Watson as he rushes for the exit. We follow him with a little assured step, wondering if we're not missing an important information for the rest of this adventure. So, I think we're playing the role of the irregulars, and Holmes has gone out with Wiggins to investigate this case, and we're going to investigate it with Watson, it sounds. And I don't know why they're saying, we wonder if we're not missing important information. All right, let's look at this other page here. So, I think we're meant to understand this is Wiggins writing about the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, Scandal in Bohemia. And here is the program that we were given. Scandal in Bohemia, play in 3 acts by William Razor, and there's the troupe. Daniel Oliver, direction by Betancourt, and that's the troupe who's playing who. Okay, and so who was the person that was killed, Sherlock Holmes? So William Razor, who also is the writer, I guess, or the person putting this on. All right, let us... Okay, so that's the start. Now we've got the paper. We haven't figured out the best way, the best order to read these papers. We tend to read them in their entirety at the beginning. I wonder if that's really the best way to do it. Or if there's a better way. I'm curious how other groups do this. Does everyone read the paper in the entirety in the beginning of their playthrough, or do they look at it later? I guess we're going to do it as we normally do it for now, but it is a bit of a burden. All right, we're going to read the entire paper now. What we'll do is we'll read the entire paper and then we'll take a break. All right, Pall Mall Gazette. Let's see if we can do this with the zoom in. So it's interesting that the paper's not always the same paper for each case. Sometimes it's the Police News, sometimes it's the Pall Mall Gazette, sometimes it's something else. I don't remember what the specialty of the Pall Mall Gazette is. One of them is like gossip type stuff, etc. Jonathan says, no real differences in the start, doesn't include the journaling graphic, but does have the theater program. Okay, so let's try reading this. So remember, same day as the story, September 16th, Friday, September 16th. Okay, let's read our story here. Discoveries of irregularities in the banks of the continent. Madrid, September 15th. The assets of the Nuevo Banco de Madeira, a bank equivalent to the Bank of Spain, have been frozen by the Minister of Finance. This announcement caused surprise as the bank appeared to be in perfect health. However, this action was taken after the discovery of astronomical expenses undertaken by the bank. Expenses that its gold reserve isn't enough to cover. Villaverde, the finance minister, has promptly reassured the business world by declaring that the banking system is in excellent condition and that this was only an isolated case. I'm trying reading this on the monitor instead of looking down. Hopefully the audio is a little clearer, but it may take me a while to get used to reading it off the screen here. Declared that it was only an isolated case. He also declared that there were no links between the stumble of this bank and the recently instituted policy of paying the interests of colonial debts in pesetas, not in gold, as with all of the country's other internal debts. From our correspondent, the French banking system has been shocked to learn the possible bankruptcy of the Crédit Général of Paris, a renowned society for which we suspected no problems. A routine audit has revealed that they have been regularly overvalued for a long period of time, causing the temporary closure of the bank. The actual gold reserve turned out to be much lower than the minimum required by law. Unlike England, where checks are commonly used, the French businessman uses bank bills. There is at the moment little information about the extent of the problem or the availability of the bank's assets. Statistics of murders in Europe. These statistics, gathered by the Almanac of the World, put the Italians in first place, with 2,470 murders, 2,400 murders in Italy, which is 29.4 deaths per 10,000. Then come the Spaniards with a ratio of 7.1. These European numbers are only applied to murders and do not include, unlike the United States, the deaths by involuntary manslaughter. China, the Shanghai Daily News reports that the American and French missions in Hochau, about 50 miles away from Chongqing, have been attacked and burned to ashes. The assassination of the Austrian Empress. Our special correspondent in Geneva was able to see Lucchini, the assassin, yesterday at the courthouse, and was able to observe that he didn't have the look of a hardened criminal. The theory of accomplices, which, while not very probable, is not being discounted. There was clearly no preparation. The idea of assassinating the Empress was inspired by the disappearance of Henry of Orleans. Lucchini himself has declared that he did not have any accomplices. The body of the Empress will be returned to Vienna during the day. The Russian and German newspapers are calling for the adoption of severe international measures against the anarchists. Obituaries. Sir Wilfrid Marjoribanks, MP. We have the regret to announce the death of Sir Wilfrid Marjoribanks. He was found dead yesterday of a heart attack in the apartments of the Cosmopolitan Hotel, the usual residence of Sir Wilfrid during his visits in the capital. Sir Wilfrid, 52 years old, had been an eminent member of Parliament, Manchester, since 1880. Born on July 2, 1845, he was the second son of Edward Marjoribanks of Manchester. An Oxford graduate, he joined his father and his brother at the Coutts Bank, founded by his grandfather, Dudley Marjoribanks. Sir Wilfrid was respected in government circles as much for his devotion and his integrity as for his keen knowledge of the banking and financial industry. While he was a member of the Conservative Party and an ardent defender of Balfour, he had many supporters in Parliament, and many saw him as a future successor to the Treasurer. Sir Wilfrid was a bachelor whose social life was often abandoned in favor of his work. With the exception of his many suppers at the Carlton Club, he was known for his skilled use of the language. While a businessman wanted to buy a parcel of land in the middle of a neighborhood which his family owned, he declared, "Might as well kill a sheep to have a rib." If he failed to get his viewpoint across to a visitor, he'd declare to his secretary once the visitor had gone, "What good to talk to that man? It's like putting ointment on a peg leg." The funeral will take place in Manchester this Sunday after the examination of the body by the coroner. And Anna is telling us a little bit about the historical importance of these newspaper stories about the murder of Sissi, famously beautiful empress who liked the Hungarians, so we like her in return and remember her fondly. Okay. Continuing with our next story, Mr. Daniel Sidney Appleton, a renowned member of D. Appleton and Company Publishers, died shortly before 10 yesterday morning in his residence at 3 University Place, New York. He had been in a critical state ever since he had suffered an apoplexy attack last Sunday. These are obituaries. Captain Matthew Liddon, brother of the departed Canon Liddon of Gloucestershire, died yesterday morning. The Count of Dessart died Thursday on his yacht in Falmouth after a week of illness. Lord Dessart, author of many short stories, was aged 54. Sincere condolences were expressed in Dublin, notably by the members of the bar, following the announcement of the death of Mr. Justice O'Hagan, which took place Wednesday in his Howth residence. Suffering from illness for some time, he had to resign from his post as president of the Territorial Commission. The general consensus holds that he was a quality lawyer, well-spoken, an honest judge, and a gentleman of good company. Okay, then we've got a couple stories on France. France, suicide of a rich industrialist. Dubois Enterprises are now orphaned following the suicide of its leader, Jacques Dubois. The financial crisis has once again struck all layers of society. Dear Sir, since 1890, we live in a period of universal skepticism toward the economic doctrines of the past. The principle of independence of companies has been broken. The right to private property is eroding away. Each plan, as new, audacious, and progressive as it continues, it may be, must be examined by the standard of its benefits. The older bywords have lost their definitive character. The history has shown us that the collapse of the religious belief system spawns the appearance of fanatics and false prophets. It seems to me that the collapse of economic policy will probably spawn the appearance of a swarm of charlatans. Let us beware the Salvation Army in politics. With all respect, on September 4th, 1898, George Joshin. So this looks like probably a letter to the paper. It wasn't described as such, but that's what it sounds like. Okay, and here's another article. Monarchy has no place in the 20th century, by Marvin Pemberton, MP. While the recent assassination, violent and absurd, of the Austrian Empress should be deplored, it is necessary to understand why this action seemed imperative and even honorable to the eyes of the oppressed. These feelings of hate, above all, come from their poor condition, and their actions stem from the disdain of the royal family and the ruling class against them. At the dawn of this new century, it's time for England to bring its political system into the modern age. As with sciences and the arts, the government must evolve. It's time to discard this anachronistic monarchic tradition, a tradition too long sustained by the blood and the sweat of the poor of this country. While Queen Victoria has shown herself to be up to that role, her descendants do not seem to show the same aptitude. The Prince of Wales shows a shocking lack of wisdom and common sense. And that's nothing when compared to the scandalous attitude of the rest of the members of the royal family. We reiterate our demand to put an end to the British monarchy. The riches of this nation in the hands of that Hanoverian family are, for far too long, must come back to the people. The people must be heard. This is very timely given the recent death of the Queen of England. Okay, here we have new shipping office opens in Greece. Little map here. And this is just historical flavor. Jardine Matheson and Company, this is a shipping company we've interacted with in previous Sherlock Holmes, has announced the opening of a new office in Nicopolis on the western coast of Greece. This will reduce the travel time from Piraeus Piraeus by a day, which was until now the only port served by the company. Even if most of the profits generated by this line are expected to be from conveying goods, passage to and from Necropolis will also be open to the public. The northwest territories of Greece are rich in raw materials which had previously been difficult to transport via the roads crossing the Pindus Mountains. Okay, that's our first page of the paper. I just want to look at the list of players in our performance. Again, these would be names we'd be looking out for. William Razor, Maria Leslie, John Weber, Nicola Sabolini. Just trying to get it in the view of the good camera so we can see it a little more clearly. That's a little better. James Beeston, Clara Oddmixon, Sydney, and Charlie Chaplin. Is it Charlie Chaplin? Are we meant to believe this is the actual Charlie Chaplin who's in this play? All right, let's read the other side of this paper. Pall Mall Gazette. Okay. 1,000 extra mouths each day. Dear sir, it's totally possible to feel empathy for those who know misery without actually encouraging laziness or vice. However, there are men who, swept up by their hate for crooks, forget that by condemning wholeheartedly all forms of charity, they risk leading an honest man to despair and turning these same honest men into these bandits they do not want to meet. These men play the game of the socialists and the anarchists, the only ones who have a special interest in seeing misery and famine increase in our streets. Lord Meath wrote a letter to the paper. Okay, here's another letter on the persistence of smoke. To the head editor. Sir, for the entire summer I have been, as has probably every London resident, been bothered by the abominable fog persisting over our city. Therefore, allow me to express myself on the topic. Many years ago, for the good of my library, my few furniture, and a large collection of watercolors of which I'm the lucky owner, I chose my current residence with care, in the hopes of being able to profit from the purest and freshest air one could have in this overpopulated city. These past few months, however, notably when the winds blow from the south or east, it has been impossible for me, despite the smothering heat, to open my windows without being invaded by a smoke blackened with soot and reeking of pestilential odors. It is no less than 6 chimneys which are present in the Whitefriars area to the east, and easily double that on the other side of the river to the south, giving out the fog, to which is added the emanations of the tugs and of the steamships which pass all hours of the day. I've alerted the relevant sanitary authorities quite a long time ago to this nuisance, but in vain. Last July, the London Corporation received a complaint from the Honourable Society of the Inner Temple about the serious and increasing nuisances caused by the smoke emanating from the printers and other factories in Whitefriars, as well as the steamships passing in front of the temple's gardens. The next day, Sir J.B. Monckton answered, "And as to the concerns to the nuisances caused by navigation, I must point to the exceptional circumstances due to the Welsh coal miners' strike. The Port of London Hygiene Committee is doing all it can to treat the subject efficiently and hand out fines to offenders if such case occurs." The answer brought us little satisfaction. I'm not aware of the means used by the Hygiene Committee. All I can say is these nuisances continue day after day, ever more strongly. I've been able to see that the measures taken to treat similar problems in the western neighborhoods have only brought small results. Yours devoted, 32 Tudor Street, E.C. Bulwer. Lots of letters to the paper in this newspaper. Okay, here's an article about someone, Rodolfo Leopis, the great Spanish bandit responsible for the bankruptcy of European banks. Let's read his article. The troubles reported in these pages of the Crédit Général de Paris and of the Nuevo Banco de Madeira are due to a Machiavellian plan conceived of and executed by a continental underworld organization. This plan of international reach, which consists of looting the gold reserves of the banks, has come from the mind of Rodolfo Leopis, a Spanish criminal, who is wanted by the police on both sides of the channel. Leopis has a thick police file in Spain and is known to be an acquaintance of other criminals in Europe, notably in France. The Spanish authorities believe that Leopis has left the country, but have given no clarification as to his possible location. French authorities are also searching for him and have announced their desire to extradite him if he is ever captured. Is it possible this guy is in our play somehow? Is he connected to us in some way? Okay. Caveat emptor, hazardous investments in mining companies. The recent bankruptcy of many mining companies in South Africa, notably among them several with ties to the London and Globe Insurance Company, have raised the question of the necessity of extra protective measures for investors. Those investors, quick to proclaim that the protection against fraud is minimal, tend to forget a significant detail. Most of the time, it's their rapaciousness and their lack of rational analysis which have led them to their loss. It's good to keep in mind the temporary nature of a mining concession. When the vein is exhausted, the company must fold or relocate to another place. One should add to the risks usually linked to the exploitation of a business the fact that most of the veins of mineral are quite often unable to be exploited, and that those which are exploitable often reveal themselves to be only slightly profitable. Moreover, the extraction of minerals is subject to many interruptions and extra expenses due to explosions, fires, floods, and the collapse of caverns. With all this in mind, it's easy to understand that to ensure the profits linked to the setup of a mining concession, it is needed to create an amortization fund for the duration of the mine's exploitation. And if the plan is to continue the exploitation in other places, a second amortization fund must be created for the purchase, the development, and the equipment of the new sites destined to replace the exhausted ones. If, for example, we suppose that the lifespan of a mine is 10 years and the interest rate is 5%, then the exploitation must bring in 13% annually, meaning 5% of interest and 8% for the constitution of the fund. To cover the risks specific to this exploitation, the capital must, this little economics lesson about insurance here. To cover the risks specific to this exploitation, the capital must have a more important interest than with a normal company. And if we suppose that the reserve fund is to be composed normally, the calculation of the cushion must be based on a low estimate of 5%. These simple principles of business management aren't generally known by most investors, and mining companies, of which the aptitude for gain are known, are very often offered on the stock market at prices which cannot offer the investor a chance to make a profit from their investment. Okay, we got a couple stories here, and we're almost done with this paper. Hot air balloon ascension. The Press Association has been informed that Mr. Stanley Spencer and Dr. Berson have reached an altitude of 26,000 feet aboard a balloon filled with pure hydrogen. Many scientific instruments, among which an aneroid barometer, have been brought on board. Barometer is pressure, air pressure. This feat far outclasses the ascensions performed in St. Petersburg, Moscow, or Berlin. The atmosphere was clear and the coast visible. At that altitude, the air is so rare that the explorers must breathe with the assistance of compressed oxygen in bottles. A couple more little stories here. Lake Tanganyika. The Reuters agency has received a telegram indicating that the two members of a scientific expedition, M. de Wind, a Belgian geologist, and Mr. Tasney, a British explorer, were found drowned in Lake Tanganyika, their vessel having capsized. Portugal and Zambia Zambezi. The royal decree on the subject of free navigation on the rivers of Zambezi and Shire will be promulgated this week after a preamble explaining the motives concerning this decision. London, Covent Garden Theatre musical show tonight at 8 o'clock. Miss Lily Longtree in her grand show of lyrical theatre every evening at 8 at the Covent Garden Theatre. And we've got an ad here, and we're done with the paper. Improved self-propelling and self-adjustable wheelchairs and other invalids' goods. Reclining chairs, bath chairs, carrying chairs, adjustable couches, backrests, leg rests, headrests, commodes, bed trays, bedside tables, reading stands, etc. in many different styles, meeting every demand for necessity and luxury. Comfort for all, right for catalog, F3. Gregory and Company, patentees and manufacturers at 79 Oxford Street, London, Northwest. And that's our paper. Nothing jumped out at us except for maybe this guy here. An escaped Spanish criminal involved in banking stuff. And maybe this article about Miss Lily Longtree's show at Covent Garden. Did anyone else see anything that I missed? Let's catch up in the chat. I rearranged my buttons here, so I try not to push the wrong one. John says no real difference in the start. Anna's telling how she normally plays. You know, normally one person who reads the paper beforehand. And Sue Park is commenting on the insurance lesson we got about mining. It's interesting. It almost sounds like a little tie-in to our play-by-mail Sherlock Holmes case, which has got a mining investment issue here. All right. So there's our paper. We're ready to actually start playing the game. I guess right before we take our little break, let's just take a look at the old version to compare, just to get a feel for, let me put the green out of the screen so it doesn't confuse the thing. Here is our paper that we just read. So there are differences here. There's a little article on the Philippines that I don't think was in our paper. There's certain differences between these editions that are bizarre. Like, I don't understand why an article on the Philippines, except if it's for space. There's the letter to the editor about this complaining of smoke, shipping office in Greece, complaints about politics. Another complaint, this title got taken off, but otherwise there's the balloon ascent, and the letter to the editor complaining about monarchs. Here's our mining company's insurance article, and there's our article about Rodolfo Leopis and wheelchairs. So actually in this case the paper seems largely the same. And then, sorry, we've got two other books here. I'm going to put these two. Oh, the green is driving it a little crazy. Okay. If there's enough green, it'll just give up. But if there's a little bit. All right, so there's our, I'm going to keep these handy. There's our introduction. Yeah, it's going to end up getting confused. I can turn off. Let's see, which ones do I want to turn off? This one? Yeah. Okay. So my little marker detection is getting a little confused by the green. I'm working on a fix to make the markers even less susceptible to distraction. John says, difference in the papers. Tiny article on France is different. I see the French changed the article on France, and missing the article on Philippines, and no article about Covent Gardens. That's right. That's interesting. Anna says, it looks like Charlie Chaplin did play a role in a Sherlock Holmes play, and he did have a brother named Sidney. Okay, so it's the real Charlie Chaplin. Okay, so here is our introduction. Basically the same, but the text is rewritten. The text is rewritten. Oh, and here's the actors in the play. A little easier to read in this version. Produced by Daniel Oliver, directed by Graham Betancourt. Okay, so we'll put these away, but we'll keep them handy nearby when we want to refer to them. Same thing with the paper. And okay, so we'll take our 8-minute break here. We'll come back and we'll go through that introduction again and see where we want to go first. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We are continuing our playthrough of West End Adventures Case 2 or Case 6 from Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. We're just talking about whether the plugin was working. One benefit of using that zoom in thing is if I have it on the screen and I can read from the screen, the audio is better than when I'm talking down. So we'll see if it continues to be useful or not. Jonathan reminded me in the chat of something very important and unusual for this box of cases. And probably I'm trying to remember now of the original Sherlock Holmes box. So in the more recent boxes by Space Cowboys, the rule with the newspapers are that in general, you only need the day's newspaper to solve the case. But this box says, both the old and new edition, and I'm trying to remember if the original box as well, says you could need newspapers from previous days' cases as well. That can be painful because, especially for our live stream, because it means that we may need an article in the paper from the previous game, and I'm not going to go read this whole thing again. But we may want to just refresh our memory about it. It would be nice if we could remember, if we marked out which stories in our previous case were not relevant to that case. We've got Romanian anarchists, a theft at Pimlico, a horrible crime in Transylvania, a gypsy with the name of Pacquiao was killed. Then we've got an article about an opium den place, a body found in the Thames under Vauxhall Bridge. I believe this was involved in our case. Music festival. All right, so I will just keep this nearby if we need it. All right. Another thing that I think maybe is worth talking about a little bit is that it's an interesting debate whether you write on these materials or not. Some people view the idea of writing on these games as sacrilege, and for various reasons, but I'm sort of sometimes reluctant to write on these one-time games that you can only play once, because I think, well, I could trade them after I'm done, send them to a family member to play. And then occasionally, though, if we're playing a very involved hard game, I'll say, well, better to write on it because it does make it easier to keep track of information if you can write on it. There are ways to get around it, like little post-it notes and stuff. When we played some of these early 1939 crime dossier books, I didn't want to write in those, but we used little post-it notes and stuff to make notes in the book. But I've recently been thinking more and more how much of an advantage, how beneficial it is to be able to write in the margins of these things. And since the likelihood of trading these is low and the cost is low, it seems to me worth the trade-off. So we're going to be writing in this one if we need it. Okay, so let's see. Let's split screen in here and see. Let's go over our introduction again. Okay, so the person playing Sherlock Holmes has been killed. Okay, Mr. Razor, an American actor who has your role, has been killed. Okay, so that's our dead person, Mr. Razor. Billy's brother has been arrested. Who's that? Me. He plays the role of me. So the person playing Wiggins is arrested, and Charlie, the brother, Charlie Chaplin, is the person who's here in front of us, sad that his brother has been arrested. Okay. So William Razor is dead. And then the person who's been arrested is Sidney Chapman, who was standing over the body. Okay. We spent the morning going over the play. The director, Betancourt, wanted to rehearse Act 2. Most of the actors had gathered on stage. Okay, most of the actors had gathered on the stage to listen to Betancourt's remarks. 1:45, he heard a shot ring out. All right, so there's our time. 1:45 when we heard a shot ring out. Then the shout of a woman. Rushed backstage into Razor's dressing room. That's the scene of the crime then. Razor's dressing room. Sidney leaning over the body, pistol in hand. Razor dead. The woman who shouted was Jean Barain. Okay. Jean Barain is who we're told here. The costume maker for Maria Leslie, one of the performers. She ran to Razor's dressing room when she heard the shot. Sidney was already there, pistol in his hand. Okay, so she's not there at the time of the shot, but she runs in there as soon as she hears the shot. Brother is incapable of killing anyone. Wiggins agrees. Sidney's not a killer. You must help us. Go to Charlie. Okay. And we sit around and talk about it. How many people were in the theater when the shot was fired? The whole team was there, as well as Mr. Betancourt, the director. Jean Barain, Richard Essex, the stage manager, and Brian Smith, the doorman. Okay, so Brian Smith, the doorman, and Richard Essex, the stage manager. So they're not going to be listed here, but they were there. Okay, we get the play program. He's mad at Watson for sharing this story with the producers. Yes, Wiggins, why weren't you playing yourself? And they say, well, I wasn't suitable. Okay. Holmes leaves with, we want to go with him. He doesn't take us. We'll meet up at the denouement. Denouement. What's the word for denouement? That's like the ending. Can someone look up denouement? That's one of those words you hear quite often, but you don't know the exact definition. And then wondering if we're not missing important information for the rest of the adventure. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. And are we told where this play is being performed so we can go there? Where is there? No longer show myself. Last time I went to Albert Hall, getting more attention. Da, da, da. Door opens. American Role. So it's the same play that he's complaining about here. Is it Albert Hall that it's? The premiere, the costume premiere is happening in 2 days. It's not in the newspaper. I suppose we could go, if you're thinking about places we might go, we could go to the homes of some of these people. But where is this performance? Where is this play? Scandal in Bohemia. DLT. What's DLT? London Theatre. Isn't it on the poster for the play? It's not, but DLT sounds like a theater. Something London Theatre, downtown London Theatre. Let's look up theaters in the directory. theaters. DLT could be Drury Lane Theater. I bet that's it. DLT, Drury Lane Theater. (31) WC Drury Lane. Okay, let's try our first new thing. Trying to get into the habit. I'm not like super fond of this, but I think it would be helpful if we sort of got into the habit of here. Okay, so see if we can maybe get into the habit of using this thing. It'll take a little bit. DLT. Okay, so Drury Lane Theater is 31 WC. And then maybe we can go to the Homes of Performers. And then let's make a section for newspaper related. I don't really know of any newspaper related stuff yet. Okay. Let's put this aside for a second. You'll see I 3D printed a little platform here so it can actually sit on the rails and move out of the way. All right, well, I mean, that could be a good first place we go. We want to talk to the person who's been arrested. He seems like the one that would have the most useful information for us, right? Where is he being held? Holmes says he's going to make a call and get him released eventually. Let's see. I had to ask Mr. Hall. I'll ask Mr. Hall to contact your brother in Newgate in order for him to be free. So he's in Newgate prison. Good. Okay, good. I was going to say Newgate is another town. No. Newgate is the prison, right? Is not Newgate one of our prisons here? There's Millbank prison. I'm pretty sure Newgate is a prison. But it could be a prison outside London. Maybe I'm misremembering. I thought Newgate was a prison, but it may be a prison. Newgate Prison, 36 EC. 36 EC. I shouldn't be marking in here because this is for multiple cases. All right, let's add this to our thing though. All right, Newgate Prison, 36 EC. Okay, it's already coming in. This new scene is coming. This new setup is already coming in handy. So we've got the theater. We could go and see if it's there, and we can also visit the brother. Let's go to the scene of the crime, to the theater. Let's see if we can, we're right, that it is at the Drury Theater. All right, so checking our notes, Drury Theater's 31 WC. We still need to use our, probably still need to use our old-fashioned notes to keep track of places we go. 31 WC, Drury Theater. Let's see if that's right. That was the one, right? 31 WC. Yes. Okay. All right, here we go. And we're going to test our marker system again. Michael Bork says, Newgate was literally a new gate to London in the West End. In the days London had a wall around it. Interesting. Okay, 31 WC. it looks like we were right. That new game. Oh, I see. I switched to the different thing. That's not what I had in mind here. We make our way through the compact crowd of Drury Lane. The gin stores with their shady patrons and their drunken prostitutes aren't that different from the illustrations of Hogarth for A Harlot's Progress a century earlier. At the entrance to the Drury Lane Theater, we're greeted by a warm welcome from the doorman, Brian Smith. Remember, he was mentioned as being at the scene when the murder happened. All right, we're going to make a little mark that we went to this location. Now that is not it, though. You might think that would be it, but actually it's an entire 2-page spread here at the Drury Lane Theater. Although I think maybe we're not supposed to see this second part yet. Okay, let's read on. Oh, for sure, I'd do me best to help Wiggins and this poor chaplain. Are there any... Kind of weird. He's just talking out of the doorman, Brian Smith, period. Okay, I guess we talked to him and he says, oh, for sure. I do me best to help Wiggins and this poor chaplain. We ask, are there any exits to this theater other than this door? Not yesterday in any case. When there's no play, all doors are closed. Deliveries come through here. Everyone goes through this door and I jot down the coming and going in the journal. Can we see yesterday's journal? Sure thing, he says. We'd also like to take a look. Where are we? We'd also like to take a look at and talk to the other members of the troupe who were here yesterday. Sure, they're almost all here. Wiggins must have already gathered them here. He says as he returns to his duties. For the following clues, refer to the theater map. Each person or room that you visit counts as a lead. Okay, so we've got a bunch of things on this page. Here they are. We've got a map of the theater, which we'll zoom in on a second. It indicates where Razor's room, that's where the dead body was found. We see where Jay Barain was. She was the one who ran in there when she heard it. She shouted. In fact, let's zoom in here so we can see this better. Okay, so there's the stage, the seats. They were talking, I think, everyone on the stage. Is that what we're led to believe? I believe so. That's where he was found holding the dead with the gun held over him. Okay. That's the orchestra floor plan. And then we've got another floor plan here of the ground floor. We've got a fan room, machinery room, trap room, lower lounge, upper lounge, men's room. It is interesting to take a look at how this theater was set up. There's the check room, manager's office, exit tunnel. So it seems like there might be ways to get out other than the front door. The doorman says he keeps it locked up, but if you knew the place well, you could get out through some of these other places. Okay. And then we're given this little directory. These are people we could go talk to now. There's subsequent hints for them. So we could visit the dressing room where the guy was killed. We can visit these other people. The janitor, secretary, etc. Okay, and then we've got a little journal here. Let's get a close-up on that. So this is the doorman's journal. Let's see what he's recorded. 7 a.m. This is yesterday's journal, I assume. The door's open, and he's recorded everything. Betancourt arrives, Stanley arrives, Essex and Beckwith arrive, Jean Barain arrives, etc. Everyone's arriving. Okay, so by 8:35, everyone has arrived. You can actually see it better on the screen than I can see it looking down at my paper. Okay, so from 7 to 8:35, everyone's arriving. And they've got a delivery for Essex. And then a whole bunch of people departing. A telegram for Oliver. Bobby departs. Another delivery. People going to lunch. Let's separate our lunch rounds. Okay, so starting at 11, they're all going for lunch. Lunch, lunch, lunch. Oliver departs. Essex arrives. More people arriving. Chaplin brothers arrive. Wiggins arrives. And then the police arrive. All right. So it looks like we may be spending quite a bit of time at this location talking to all the people, because I can see the next couple of pages are talking to the different people. And investigating the scene of the crime. All right, before we go into that, let's do what we normally do here and mark where we are on our map, 31WC. Just to get a feel for the layout of this, of London, and where our crime is. 31WC. There's 30. It makes sense that it's here. This is where all the theaters are. There's 31. Drury Lane Theater. I like that all we saw on the bill was DLT, and we had to figure out from the directory that it was Drury Lane Theater. That's one of the small little details, but kind of fun. All right, Jonathan has some comments here. He says, big difference. There was no hint to the theater location in the 90s intro. The only clue was the cover page in the clue book for the case was a picture of the London Hippodrome, much harder in the original. Big difference number 2, in the 90s version, the maps have additional annotations, but you might want to avoid looking at them. They give away more info than the modern version. In the 90s version, the maps have additional annotations, but you might want to avoid looking at them. They give away more info than the modern version. Okay, cool. We might want to look at that at the end. Okay, so we could, I guess we should spend some time in the Drury Lane Theater looking at those places. We could divert and talk to the brother in jail to get some information, but logically that doesn't make sense. We're at the theater. We're not gonna, you can't just phone up the prison. We'd have to take a cab there. So let's stay in the Drury Lane Theater for a bit and decide where we want to go. Let's start by going to the scene of the crime, Razor's dressing room. So I'm just going to put a check mark there, and let's go to that scene. So you can't see it. These are different people. And then we're going to find Razor's dressing room right here. Okay. Let's see how this is working so far. The small dressing room doesn't contain any extraneous decoration, but simply a small table covered with makeup, 2 wooden chairs, and a small camp bed. Watson examines the bed and lifts the cover. At that moment, something falls from the ground. Watson kneels to pick it up. Something falls to the ground in the bed. Okay. It's a pocket watch chain. Well, half of a chain, says Watson. Sorry, I'm just trying to move it into the close-up camera. Let's see what else we can find. He looks at the mattress and lifts it to inspect the base. There's a nail sticking out, remarks Watson. It's located in the middle of one of the long sides of the bed's frame. The traces on the wood are recent. It was nailed in a day or 2 ago. What's it used for? I don't know. It's just a twisted nail. And that, what is that? Watson pulls out a magnifying glass and observes a mark on the wall just above the nail. It looks like a powder. There's no hole, no bullet. Watson moves the bed away from the wall and inspects the floor. Ah, there it is. Watson picks up a small round object and inspects it with his magnifying glass. What is it? It's a cotton stopper used for blank shots. This sounds like they're talking about a dummy bullet for a stage gun. So let's read this more carefully. We find a watch chain. He lifts it, looks at the mattress, lifts it to inspect the base. There's a nail sticking out. Located in the middle of one of the long sides of the bed's frame. Nailed a day or two ago. What's it used for? It's just a twisted nail. Twisted nail in the bed frame that was put in a couple of days ago. And then a mark on the wall just above the nail. Looks like a powder. No hole, no bullet. Moves the bed away from the wall, inspects the floor. Then it's a small round object. It sounds like it's a cotton stopper used for blank shots. So something put in a gun for a fake shot. And somehow, I don't understand this whole nail in the thing. Maybe we're not supposed to. That's a very curious scene that's been described. The chat says, maybe the shot heard wasn't the one that killed the actor. Maybe he was killed earlier and this new shot implicated Sydney. Interesting. Okay, let's see. Where do we want to go next? Let's talk to the person who heard the scream and came running in. Let's get her side of the story. Jean Berain, the costume mistress. Okay, let's talk to Jean Berain and see what she says happened. Oh, what a horrible sight. The body of Mr. Razor lying on the ground and Sydney holding the pistol in his hand. I wasn't able to sleep last night. That image was carved into my eyelids. Concentrate and breathe, says Watson with a learned tone. Study the scene and tell us exactly what you saw. I particularly remember Sydney's face. He seemed terribly shocked. And before hearing the shot, tell us everything you remember about yesterday. Well, I arrived early yesterday morning. Despite the morning rehearsal not being in dress, there's little time left before my premiere and so much to do. I also ran a few errands for Maria before the rehearsal, like getting her tea and lemon. She often asks for lemon for her throat, you see. During the rehearsal, I was working in the costume storeroom. After the morning rehearsal, Mr. Betancourt came to see me. I don't usually take lunch, but we used the occasion to share tea and some biscuits. I heard footsteps in the corridor around 20 past noon. Surely Mr. Razor entering his dressing room as he said he wasn't going for lunch. After all these years of working on emergencies and costume adjustments at the last minute, I glance at the clock at least every 10 minutes. That's how she has good recollection of when these things happened. I then heard footsteps again at 1:45. Then, a minute or so later, the shot. I ran into the dressing room and saw the door to it was open, so I went in. Poor Sydney. The other members of the troupe came in right after me. Thank you, Jean. I'm sure your testimony will be useful for us. Okay, so she had a lot of information, and she's so good with time that she's got lots of interesting, good timelines. So she ran errands, arrived yesterday morning early. Okay, lemon for her throat. During the rehearsal, I was working in the costume storeroom, which we know where that is. Okay, then she went to lunch with Betancourt. I heard footsteps in the corridor around 20 past noon. She thinks it was Razor going back because he said he wasn't going for lunch. but we don't know if that's going to turn out to be true. Then I heard footsteps again at 1:45. Then a minute or so later, the shot. She ran in, and then soon afterwards. All right, so this would be a good, let's see, good chance to test our record keeping. So we're going to put a section for timeline. Okay, so according to our woman here, she hears footsteps outside Razor room at 12:20. Okay. Then footsteps again at 1:45, 12:45. Okay. A minute or so later, so 12:46 approximately. Shot heard by Jean Lorraine. Okay. There's our timeline. 20 past noon. This is again Jean Lorraine. Assumes it's Razor. Skipping lunch. Okay, and then let's make a little section here for a scene of crime. Because we've got some weird stuff. We've got nail, cotton stopper, or blank shots. These are interesting things that we don't really understand. And there's our timeline, 12:20, footsteps at 12:45, there's the shot. Okay. What do you think about this digital note-taking thing? I wonder if we can do good. Okay, she was working in the costume storeroom during the rehearsal, but then she was out of there. So it doesn't seem relevant. Okay, let's go to our next person. Who do we want to talk to next? We could talk to the person who's running this whole thing. He might know some background about what's going on. Let's talk to the guy who's running the whole thing, Betancourt. Mr. Betancourt. Why is he not on our list here? I'd like to talk to him. I don't know why he's not on our list. We may have to go visit him at his home. All right, who would you like to go talk to next? It seems like we are kind of interested in this preparation of these blank shots and stuff. So maybe like the stage manager, let's talk to the stage manager, Richard Essex. Let's try him. I suppose we'll want to talk to everyone, but we're going to try to do this in some sensible order. Okay, here's Richard Essex, the stage manager. Richard Essex is a young man who looks rather short, slim, with hazelnut eyes, throwing large, worried glances behind thick glasses. Despite his young age, the 5 years he's spent on the various theater stages of the West End have allowed him to get a good reputation. I don't know what I could tell you that you don't already know. I arrived early and took advantage of that to talk about the stage and the lighting with Larry. During the morning rehearsal, I divided my time between the stage and reception. I had to manage some deliveries and I missed a part of the rehearsal. I went out for lunch as soon as the rehearsal was done. So we have the journal from the doorman. We could check some of these things to see if anyone's lying about anything, but until we have some reason to think so, maybe we don't bother doing that. So he goes out to lunch as soon as the rehearsal's done. I knew that I had a long afternoon ahead of me. I came back around noon. A few minutes later, the members of the troupe started arriving. Graham was still writing, and he hadn't started the afternoon rehearsal yet when we heard the shot. I think I was the first one to get to the dressing room right after Jean Borain, of course. Young Chaplin was there, pistol in hand, and Razor was lying on the ground. An involuntary shiver courses through the young man's body. Okay, well, that if it's an involuntary shiver, then maybe that would suggest he's not our guy. You don't remember anything else out of the ordinary, we ask? No, I haven't thought of much else these past few hours. I tried to remember everything that happened since I got there. Oliver had just gone out. I came in and spoke with Brian for a minute, then went straight to the stage. I wonder what Oliver will decide about the play. Oliver had just gone out. Graham was still writing when he comes back. We hadn't started the afternoon rehearsal yet when I heard the shot. He's the second person there after John Borain. And he says he came back from lunch at noon. We know the woman comes in with the shot at 12:45. She hears someone there at 12:20, though. She thinks it's Razor coming back at 12:20 because he didn't go out to lunch. So we'll probably want to check the comings and goings of people and their timelines once we get a better handle on whether he was killed at 12:46 when the shot ran out, or earlier. When we talked to the guy who got arrested, he may tell us that the body was already dead by the time he got there. Don't forget, we might also be able to go to the medical examiner to see time of death if they can figure it out. All right. Let's see. Who next? The other person that's missing from here is, so if we look at our list of people involved, play in 3 acts by William Razor. Daniel Oliver is the producer, and Graham Betancourt is the director. So this guy is wondering what Oliver will decide to do. Daniel Oliver, the guy who's running this play. Daniel Oliver is not here at the theater for us to talk to, so he's another person that will want to visit at his home or something. All right, so we've got actors, actresses, we've got a secretary and a janitor. So I think we should talk to the secretary and janitor. We'll save these rest of these actors for a little bit later. Maybe we'll talk to the secretary and the janitor, and then we'll take a trip outside the theater for a little, just to break things up. Let's talk to Francis Stanley, the secretary. If you're here to see Mr. Oliver, he's not here right now. He left a note saying he'd be at home if needed. A man hunched over his desk tells us. Actually, we came to see you. The man looks up and seems to be happy to get away from the paperwork cluttering his desk. What a day! I couldn't imagine that the death of a man would cause me to fill out so much insurance paperwork. Interesting. Insurance. As you certainly must know, we're participating in the investigation of Mr. Razor's murder. We were hoping you could tell us what you remember about yesterday's events, specifically everything that seemed odd to you. Of course, I'll tell you everything I know. I got here early, as I knew the day would be packed. I had correspondence to write, as well as financial reports about production costs to prepare for Mr. Oliver. He arrived a bit after 10. A telegram arrived a short time later. I had the impression that the telegram got him in a bad mood. Interesting. What was in that telegram? Could we go to the telegram station? Or we could talk to Oliver. What makes you say that, we ask. I had a question to ask him and he was drinking. I don't recall ever seeing him with a glass of alcohol in the morning. Maybe there's no link, but that troubled me. Yeah, what else? Oh, nothing special. In the late morning, Mr. Oliver told me to go have lunch. I came back after the unfortunate event. Mr. Oliver is looking a bit suspicious. Told me to go have lunch. What was the other connection to Oliver? We talked to Richard Essex, and he says Oliver had just gone out. So Oliver went out right before the shots, according to Richard Essex from our previous thing. All right, so let's go to our notes here quickly and just put a new section. Interesting things. Oliver telegram. Bad mood, and Oliver left shortly before shot. Richard Essex told us that. Remember, one of our tips in the Remedial Detective School video was to write down where you get certain information, not just the information, in case you need to go back and verify it, etc. Okay, Jonathan says, difference in Francis Stanley, what Francis Stanley said in the old version. No mention of insurance in the original. Original said Oliver came in a bit before 10, not after. I see. Yes, in this one it says Oliver arrived a bit after 10 in the morning when he came in. Okay. Let us talk to the Todd Ryder, the janitor, and see if the janitor noticed anything weird. Maybe he knows something about the bed. Janitor is Todd Ryder. Okay, he's right up front here. Oh, you're friends of Mr. Wiggins. I'll feel better for sure when all the pigs have left. They make me nervous, for sure. They've been leaving mud everywhere with their big galoshes. I'm sure they'll leave soon. I've no doubt you made a statement to the police, but I'd like to go over everything in detail. Can you tell me what you saw yesterday morning, especially anything out of the ordinary? Well, there wasn't anything special. As usual, I had cleaned the stage and the lodges of the previous evening. Everything was ready for rehearsal. I didn't have much to do, so I replaced the lamps in the main hall, and I was hunting down dust. During that time, Mr. Betancourt was sitting in the auditorium and watching the rehearsal. Then I had tea with Brian in the middle of the morning. Then Sidley. Sidley came to deliver the carpets. Oh, Sidley, that's the company. Sidley came to deliver the carpets, and I helped transport them to the trap room. Then I cleaned up the large toilets on the ground floor. I put away my cleaning supplies in the closet. I walked by Mr. Oliver on the phone. When I went to see Brian for lunch right before he left. I don't see anything. There wasn't anything shady. When you said before he left, you mean Oliver? Yes, he was just behind me and he told Brian to have a good day. He was going back home. Do you remember the time? I'd say noon, but that must be in Brian's journal. The doorman is Brian. Okay, he said he was going, Oliver left, going back home, noon. Did you see Mr. Razor? No. Were the doors and windows still locked? Yes. Police wanted to go check that, and we went over all of that with the policeman. It was all tightly locked. Okay, so they checked the locks. Everything was locked up. It does seem like Oliver is being put out as our prime suspect here. And that he's got a scene of the crime issue going on. I mean, he's got a timeline way of getting out of this. This feels like an episode of Columbo. Basically, what we've got here, let's just recap sort of what it feels like is happening. We've got Oliver, the producer, being seen by everyone. In fact, perhaps conspicuously making it clear to everyone that he's leaving. He told Brian to have a good day. He's going back home. So he leaves at 12:30. The woman hears a shot at 12:46. It feels like that he's setting up his alibi to make sure everyone knows he left. He went home at 12:30, so he wasn't there at the scene. But it sounds like he may have found another way to kill this guy. The guy was not actually killed when you hear the shot. So that's what it feels like to me. Then they checked and everything was locked. Okay, let's look at the timeline journal here and see if we can't, in fact, confirm when he did leave, and see if we'll maybe write that down. Okay, so looking for Oliver, Daniel Oliver. Daniel Oliver departs at 12:30. Okay, so let's make a note of that. So in our timeline here, 12:30, Daniel Oliver seen leaving. And this is Todd Ryder, the janitor, who told us. So it feels like maybe Oliver's found a way to kill this guy and make it look like he wasn't there. Okay, so we've talked to everyone but the other actors and actresses. There's the delivery, by the way, of the carpets. And our janitor tells us different places and rooms he was in, so maybe there may be reason for us to care about some of that, but not right now. Okay, I think we should leave the theater for now. We'll come back here and talk to these other people, but I think we've got some other stuff that we want to look into in the meantime. Anna says, when Jean heard the footsteps at 12:20, assumed it was the actor that could have been the murderer. Yeah, remember, she hears, right, although, so she heard some footsteps 12:20, and then again at 12:45, and a minute later the shot. So I think it's still gonna turn out that our guy, Sidney Chaplin, walked into the room and the shot went off, but he was already dead. It's not clear. I think we need to hear from him what his side of the story is. But yeah, I think all of our gut reaction is that the guy was already dead. So at 12:20, the footsteps going in Was that the murderer going to check on the body? It will be interesting to see if the medical examiner knows time of death. Let's see if we can talk to the brother in Newgate. Shall we try that? All right, so Newgate Prison is 36 EC. All right, let's mark that on our map and go there. I don't know if they're going to let us talk to him, but let's see. 36 EC, that's the upper right of our map. Right there. Okay, here we go. My friends, I'm happy to see you, and I'm sure that Mr. Chaplin will be even more delighted. Come, let's go talk to him, Hall says to us. It's a distraught Sidney Chaplin who is waiting for us in a small cell set aside for discussions between prisoners and their lawyers. You need to tell the police it's a mistake. Watson takes control of the conversation. Mr. Chaplin, we're doing everything we can. Sherlock Holmes has gone to investigate. I'm sure everything will go very well. Tell us what happened to you, after you, Charlie, and Wiggins finished your lunch. Ah, Sherlock Holmes, what a relief. Sidney takes a deep breath. As you probably already know, we had lunch at Punch and Judy's. Sabellini called me over as we were leaving. He asked me to tell Razor that he'd be a few minutes late as he needed time to finish his meat pie, and that he wouldn't be long. We went back to the theater. Wiggins and Charlie went to see Betancourt, and I was supposed to rehearse a scene with Mr. Razor. I was a few minutes early, but I went straight to Razor's dressing room to give him Sabellini's message. I knocked on his door. No answer. I knocked again, then opened the door. Mr. Razor was lying on the bed, back to me, sleeping. I knew we were expected by Mr. Betancourt. I knew we were expected by Mr. Betancourt in a few minutes, so I wanted to wake him. I shook him by the shoulder. I think I scared him. I saw he had the pistol in his hand. Everything happened so quickly. He turned and the shot was fired. I tried to take the pistol away from him and he fell to the ground. That's all I know. Everything happened so fast. Sidney has become increasingly agitated as he recounts the events that took place in the dressing room. He's on the verge of tears. Watson attempts to calm him down. Before we can continue to talk, a guard comes in. It's time, guys. You need to go now. As we exit the Old Bailey, Hall puts his hand on Watson's shoulder. We need proof, my friend. We're missing pieces to complete this puzzle. Okay, this is not what we expected. I expected Sidney to say that when he went in there, the guy was already dead and somehow he had a pistol. He was pretending they were practicing a scene, but that is not what he says at all. He says he was apparently sleeping. Back to me. He walks in, his back's to me, he's sleeping. Wake him. I shook him by the shoulder. I scared him. He had a pistol in his hand. He turned and the shot was fired. He turned and the shot was fired. I tried to take the pistol away from him and he fell to the ground. That's all I know. So that's when he grabs the pistol. That's how the pistol ends up in his hand. Very strange scene. Whether the shot came from the pistol, we don't know. but the pistol was in the hand of our victim, and Sidney took it from him. What else does he say here? Let's read this again. So he tells us where they ate at Punch and Judy's. We could check that for an alibi. And then another person there, Sabellini, who I believe is one of our other performers. He says he'll be late. Wiggins and Charlie go to see Betancourt, and he's supposed to rehearse a scene. Very curious scene. So Anna says, did he kill him by accident or what? Did he kill himself then? But what was that with the nail and the stopper and the rest? And the scene is a little confusing. He's like startled and scared, but I guess he's not tied up or anything because everyone's in the room, right? So no one had time to hide anything. It couldn't have been something where he was shot and then the criminal came and cleaned up the scene. There's no time to clean the scene. So that means our body presumably wasn't like manipulated. He wasn't one of these things where he had the weapon tied to him or something. Although we could try going to the medical examiner and seeing. That is a very weird scene. Anna says, it sounds like Sabellini sent him to the victim's room intentionally. I don't know about that because he just said he was going to go rehearse with him anyway. He was going to go rehearse with him anyway, so I'm not sure Sabellini. I think it's maybe just an alibi for Sabellini. But actually now we know something pretty important. We know all of our paranoia about the death timeline is wrong. So this was when he was shot. Right? And this is going to be Sidney Chapin arrived. So like all of the timeline is all correct. We don't know what this footsteps at 12:20 are though. This could be someone knocking him out, checking on him. Like someone may have drugged him, but this part of the timeline, our suspect Sidney Chaplin has just confirmed it all, that he did arrive back. Let's look at our timeline for him. He goes straight in. So let's just verify that we're going to find that timeline is all accurate. So Sabellini, one of the other actors, goes out for lunch. Chaplin brothers go for lunch. Okay, so Chaplin comes back. $12:42. So 12:42, he comes back. He goes straight into the room at 12:45. That's when the shot runs out. So all of our timeline is all accurate here. He was shot and killed. Well, yeah, they struggled for the gun. So he was shot and killed at this time. Nothing mysterious about that timeline. Unless there's something really odd. Anna said, let's go to the medical examiner. Okay, let's go to the medical examiner. If you'll remember, let's see. An interesting difference in the versions is the informant list in the original version was longer, had more entries. Here is Murray, criminologist. He examines all items found during cases, and then we've got the telegraph office as well. Don't forget there's that telegraph. And then where's our Jasper Meeks is the autopsy guy. So Jasper Meeks and Murray sound like two people we want to talk to. So let's go check out the autopsy first. 38 EC. We don't. Maybe it's not important. I guess here's an interesting theoretical question. We normally track all the places we go. Here are the two places we've gone so far: Newgate Prison and where the play was being performed. The one reason to track these places is when you find, like, if you find someone lives somewhere and the crime was committed right across the street, then that might link them. The other one is just for fun, to keep track of all the different places you go. The former is the only one that's really important to keep track. Like going to an informant, where they are is not going to be relevant to any crime, so we don't really have to keep track of that stuff. All right, so we went to the theater. We went to 36 EC, which is Newgate. Now we're going to go to 38 EC, which is Meeks. How is the... Well, what happened? Something confused it with the markers. Oh, the markers were visible. How are the markers turning out? Are they working reasonably well? Okay, 38 EC. It's a death by a bullet. Only one bullet shot straight in the eye, says Meeks. Wow, right in the eye. In the eye? Yeah, quick death. The bullet came from below, going upwards, and lodged itself in the brain. What's the time of death? Between noon and 1. Hard to be more precise. And what have you discovered during your autopsy, doctor? There are signs of regular and sustained opium use. I don't know what to tell you. Lestrade told me the version from the man he arrested. I don't think the murder could have happened as he describes it. There are no signs of powder burn around the wound. So the pistol had to be at least 3 feet away from the victim. That doesn't match the young man's testimony. Thank you, Dr. Meeks. You're always of great help, concludes Watson enthusiastically. That's quite fascinating. So, one bullet shot in the eye. Okay. Bullet came from below, going upwards. Time of death, noon and 1. So it certainly sounds like it happened at that time. Opium use. But he says no signs of powder burn around the wound. Pistol at least 3 feet away from the victim. I wonder... I mean, that's kind of fascinating, but so let's consider this possibility. We see the gun. He hasn't checked the gun. Maybe Murray is going to check the gun. It sounds to me like the guy was opium, dozed off, was asleep and not dead when our guy walks in. So imagine our guy walks in, Sidney Chaplin, tries to wake him up. Someone's planted a gun in this guy's hand. He wakes up and someone else shoots him from the corner of the room or from a secret room adjacent to his dressing room and someone else kills him, hoping to leave the... But then they find the shot that looked like it was a blank shot. Why would the gun go off? That's a little curious, but I'm just trying to think, did someone else have to really shoot him from across the end of the room at this time? Like when the sound of the shot went off, that had to be the real gun that really shot him in the eye. But then it came from below going upwards. That's weird. Anna says, so is Sidney lying or just confused? Is he guilty somehow? We always assume the one who was arrested isn't the murderer, but what's going on here? Yeah, I really wonder. I want to take another look at that scene of the murder. Let's just take a look at this. I want to see. So there's Razor's room. Staircase. So it doesn't look like there's an easy other way to get in. I don't know what this room is or this room is, but I wonder if someone could have shot through this doorway. That would be awfully risky. Or Tina says, would it have been powder wound if it's a blank bullet? You'd still need some powder, but not much. So this is an interesting theory. This is actually a very interesting theory by Natia, or Natina hasn't expressed it, but it's possible. So one thing we should consider, Anna says the blank shot hasn't got a bullet, just powder for the sound. And then the cotton stuff that they found. So I was going to say, you could get killed. The history, we know people get killed by blank shot guns that had too much powder in it, where there actually isn't a bullet. But this examiner found a bullet in the brain. So, so let's consider this possibility. This gets back to what Anna was saying. We always think that it's the murderer who was accused didn't do it. But it's possible that Sidney Chaplin is lying and he did shoot him from across the room. But they were, remember, he said they were going to rehearse a scene. So what if they were rehearsing a shooting scene and the gun was not supposed to be loaded with a real bullet, and Sidney did shoot him with his gun and is lying about it because he didn't mean to kill him, and he doesn't think people are going to believe him, so he came up with this bullshit story. But it is a little weird that it's being shot upright. All right, well, we'll have to figure this out at some point. But let's take another break and we'll come back and we'll continue our case. Okay, we're back here watching Co-op for Two. And we were discussing in the chat various theories. I was wondering if maybe he was shot up from the room below. I'm trying to reconcile the shot coming from below, hitting him in the eye. It's still consistent with what our guy Sydney says happened. He woke him up. They were struggling for the gun. It went off, but it's not consistent with the lack of powder. And then one question is it if he was shot from below? So it's possible that the gun found at the crime scene was never fired, wasn't fired that night. And so a different gun was fired at that same time. And that's where the sound generated the sound. And that's why it must have been 3 feet away. So it didn't generate powder burns. Tina says, on the floor plans, what is underneath the room? So yeah, if that happened, let's see, where are our floor plans? If we look at his dressing room there, that would mean the floor plans below would be either the men's room or the toilet here. So let's just keep that in mind. Seems pretty unlikely that you would drill a hole in the floor and then be able to know that you could shoot him. It seems very unlikely, but just something to keep in mind. All right, before we continue our playthrough, I think it's time for us to have our little promised taste testing of Coca-Cola Zero Sugar Dream flavor right up top. So let's see what this tastes like. All right, so it's not clear, it's colored like Coca-Cola. It smells very fruity. Yeah, it smells like sort of like Pez candy, artificial fruity. Yeah, it tastes like Pez, like Pez candy, sort of pastel, artificial, generic fruit flavor. Yeah, like generic, those pastel candies you get, like the candy that might be on a necklace, like candy necklace and stuff. Not good. Wouldn't recommend. All right, back to our case. Let's go to Murray, the criminologist, and see if he's examined the gun and if he can tell us if it's been fired recently, something like that. Okay, so our criminologist is H.R. Murray, 22 Southwest. If we look at the original West End Adventures, we've got different, we've got the chief medical examiner, Bernard Spilsbury. That was at 38 EC. Here it's been replaced by Jasper Meeks. The coroner's office was at 91 EC. That's a whole different thing. That's not found in the new cases. And it looks like, yeah, Murray's still there, 22 Southwest. Okay, let's go to Murray. Murray is sometimes the the comedic relief. Where's little Wiggins? The venerable criminologist asks us. He's busy elsewhere. We've come to discuss the razor case. Murray seems bothered to not find his favorite whipping boy, but places a box on the table from which he pulls out a number of items. A pistol, a long tube, a pointed stick, an oil lamp, a flask filled with some sort of thick brown substance, masculine clothes, a half sheet of crumpled paper, a small item wrapped in cotton, change for a total of 3 pounds and 12 shillings. Murray looks down at the tube and various other items. Our victim smoked opium, Patna from India. This is his vice. It seems he preferred to avoid smoking in the detestable atmosphere of opium dens. Watson examines the crumpled paper. It's a telegram form. The police found it in the wastebasket. It's addressed to Jack Vernon. It says, from the telegram, says, "Have you reconsidered my offer?" Telegram in the wastebasket. Fascinating. Continues here. Murray takes the pistol and continues his examination. It's a Webley Mark I, rather common weapon. 5 bullets in an empty chamber. Murray extracts the bullets from the charger as he talks. There's also a great amount of powder in the pistol. Any of it found on the clothing? Yes, notably on the victim's shirt. No hole, however. I was given to understand he'd been shot in the eye. Very interesting. Murray then examines the wrapped item. What is it, we ask? Razor's pocket watch, answers Murray. The chain is broken. Part of it is missing. Oops. Exactly. And that's not the most interesting thing. The bullet, or more precisely, the lead extracted from the body. Murray picks up a mushroom-shaped piece of lead with a pair of tweezers. He wasn't shot with the Webley, but with an air pistol. Not practical, but silent. He wasn't shot with the Webley. Okay, well now we've got some confirmation. He was shot with a different gun, a silent gun, a gun that might be hard to fire. We don't know. Pocket watch. Chain is broken. Part of it is missing. Well, we found that part, right? We found that behind the bed. So Webley Mark I, common weapon, 5 bullets in empty chamber. A great amount of powder in the pistol. In other words, it's meant to make noise. Any of it found on the clothing? Yes, on the victim's shirt. But no hole. Wrapped item was a small item wrapped in cotton. Strange. It's doing a little bit of hunting for this cube. Pistol, long tube, pointed stick, oil lamp, and the thick brown substance. That's the opium. Gun with 5 bullets and an empty chamber. Powder in the pistol. 5 bullets. It sounds like it was loaded with bullets, though. Very strange. Razor's pocket watch with a broken chain. Well, I have to say, it is worth saying that this is one of our favorite kinds of cases where it's not just about who could have had the time, whose alibi doesn't hold up. It's that the core facts are confusing to us. And that's some of the most enjoyable kinds of case. Jonathan was saying there were some big differences about Wiggins not being with the group in this one, and in the other one he is. In the 90s one, it's just Wiggins walking around. The thing that's so weird is, and this is silent, so that's why no one heard the real shot. The thing that's so weird is that our theory for why it would have been a silent shot would be someone killed him at a different time and then could have made their alibi the fact that they weren't there, at the time because they killed him earlier silently. But it really sounds like that Chaplin is saying he went in, he woke him up, the guy panicked, and then the shot went off. So it's weird that we still think he was killed at this time when this guy was in the room struggling with him. That's very odd, why you would go to the trouble of doing a silent shot. If you were just gonna have it go off at the same time. That's just weird. All right, let's see. And the telegram, have you reconsidered my offer? And it was addressed to Jack Vernon. Sounds like he was going to, this is how I'm reading this now, he was going to send this telegram? Is that what we're led to believe? It's a telegram form. So it's not, he's not received a telegram, it's he was going to send a telegram to Jack Vernon. Have you reconsidered my offer? Let's go and update our notes here. Okay, so let's make a section for evidence. And we'll say telegram form to Jack Vernon. Have you reconsidered my offer? And then the bullet that killed Razor fired from an air gun. And then pocket watch missing chain found at scene of crime. And we found the, did we not record it here? Pocket watch chain. Didn't we find a pocket watch chain at the scene of the crime? Behind bed or under the bed or something? And then also the evidence was gun had lots of powder powder found on victim's shirt. What does that mean? That sounds like... And then there was one empty chamber. Does it not sound to you like that gun went off? Gun had lots of powder. Gun fired once, but not the bullet that killed him, or that even hit him. That's really odd, isn't it? Sounds to me like that gun was fired, and fired near the victim, but wasn't the bullet that killed him. That's bizarre, but I wonder if we're going to find a bullet from that gun on the scene of the crime. Okay, I have a new theory. Let me check in with the chat, and then I'll give you my theory. I don't think the two shots could have gone up at the exact same time, so everyone would have heard two shots in quick succession, but everyone heard just one shot. Now we know why. The second one was silent. Yes. So, what about this as a theory? Our guy, our victim, Razor, the opium addict, knows his life's in danger. He's passed out, sleeping with a gun for self-defense. Our guy wakes him up. The guy panics, fumbles with his gun, and the gun goes off into a wall somewhere. So, and then around that time, someone shoots him with the air gun. So I think this gun was the self-defense weapon of our victim, who fired it in a panic into the wall or ceiling, and we're going to find that bullet in the wall or ceiling by the end of the case. And it's sort of a red herring. It's unrelated to the plan to murder him. It's unrelated to the actual murder of him, and it's incidental to all of this. It was just his self-defense weapon that he fired, that he struggled with our Sidney Chaplin, because he thought Sidney Chaplin was coming to harm him. And it just went off. I like that theory a lot. So the only weird coincidence is that he was killed with a silent gun soon after that, or during that. Yes, I think that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense to me. All right, let's think about where we want to go next. What do you guys think of that theory? The nail in the broken chain. Yeah, we don't know that yet. Latina says, was that not the gun from the play? We don't know. We don't know anything about it. It's not been mentioned in the play. But if I'm right, then the cotton from a blank shot has nothing to do with this gun. Drunk Tiger says, pocket watch could have been used to coordinate the shot. If it was for protection, says Natina, why would it have blanks in it? Okay, so my new theory is that it didn't have blanks in it, that the blank thing is a total red herring. Or it may not, it could be a total red herring there from previous practice, or it could be unrelated to the gun. But with my theory, it's not related to this gun that was found. That the gun with the found didn't have blanks, didn't have that stopper in it, was just a self-defense weapon. Okay, well, let's continue our stuff. No tie-in with the newspaper that we know of, huh? Interesting. Wheelchairs, we could go there, but we don't know why we would do that. All right, this is I'm finding this quite compelling, actually. And Michael says air guns are very weak. I suspect they would have to be in the room, meaning Sydney would see him. And it says first it sounded like the chain and nail cotton stopper were parts of a contraption to fire the gun later than the real murder, but now I don't understand them. Natina says, what I gather is the powder on the shirt was from the blank bullet that was fired. That's not how I read it. I read it now as saying it was just powder from the gun that he was using for self-defense that they struggled over and that fired off into nowhere. But I'm not sure. Okay. Well, we've got a couple of things to do, but I think we should talk to Oliver, the director who went home, was not at the scene of the crime, and received a telegraph. I wonder if our guy is blackmailing people, and he would send a telegraph to the Oliver and a telegraph to this guy, Werner. Have you reconsidered my offer, Jack Verdon? So we might want to find Jack. In fact, let's do that. Let's stick with our previous discussion about how when you find someone's name, you should look them up. So we've got a new person, Vernon. In fact, we might want to annotate our Jack Vernon. Jack Vernon is 67 Northwest. 67 Northwest. And now I'm going to try to stick with this habit. I'm curious. Oh, let's see. Have you considered my offer? Okay, so 67 North. In fact, let me just use some annotation here. 67 Northwest. So I'm curious whether we can get these digital notes into a form that we can actually use constructively. And I think with some practice we might. So Oliver is at his home. Oliver. What's his last name, Oliver? It's in our introduction. Daniel Oliver. Okay, so let's write down Daniel Oliver's home. Let's look that up. Daniel Oliver's 45 Southeast. All right, I think it's time to visit Daniel Oliver or this Jack Vernon. Let's visit those two people and see what they say about their alibis. First, let's try Oliver. 45 Southeast. Let's mark it on our map. 45 Southeast. Southeast. Okay, so here's our producer. Ah, you're friends of Wiggins. Your timing is perfect. Sit down, please. Daniel Oliver greets us with open arms. I'd like to reach him as soon as possible, you see. He's Razor's understudy. He must take up the role. I'm counting on you to convince him. Well, he looks pretty upset by events. So you intend to continue with the play? Asks Watson. Yes, I'm rather obligated to. With the Allegro and the Lyceum also having shows in the works, competition is fierce in the neighborhood. The show must go on, he declares Oliver with emphasis. Well, he does not seem too bothered by all this. And he didn't say anything about the telegram. And we didn't ask him about it. According to this, I think we would have wanted to. But okay, so now, given that he didn't admit anything about the telegram, I think now we got to go to the telegraph office ourselves. See if we can get a record of it. So let's go to 37 EC, telegraph office. Let's see if they can tell us about the telegraph he got. All right, here we are at the telegraph office. There's an entry for it, a real one. Yes, sir, we keep copies of all telegrams. The young man behind the counter doesn't look up from the stack of papers he's sorting. I was wondering if you could check to see if you have a copy of the telegram that was sent to me yesterday. The doorman misplaced it. To the general surprise, Watson places a crown on the counter. The man's eyes finally rise to stop on the silver coin. What name and address? Asks the employee while slipping the coin in his pocket. Daniel Oliver, Drury Lane Theater, says Watson. The young man goes to a row of suspended folders on the back wall, takes one, and starts to examine the papers within. He finally pulls out a sheet which he hands to Watson. I can't give you this copy, but I can show it to you. That'll be fine. Telegram is sent by William Japes, 39 Aldergate Street, London, EC. He says, Sylvester is giving you until the 5th. Have the money or everything is lost. William. Yes, and I was talking about the telegraph that Oliver got that put him in a bad mood. Okay, so sent by William James, 39 Aldergate Street, London, EC. Sylvester is giving you until the 5th. Have the money or everything is lost. Oh, that is interesting. Let's go to our notes here. Okay, so telegram. It's not this telegram. It's Daniel Oliver's telegram. Here we go. This is where we said here it was put him in a bad mood. Okay, so let's add it here. Let's see. Okay, telegram from William Japes, who's at 39 EC. And it says, Sylvester, we don't know who this is, giving you until the 5th. Have money or all is lost. Very interesting. So he owes money. All right, so now we've got a new person to visit. William Japes. Let's go visit William Japes. William Japes is 39 EC. Let's see if we can find him. And did we need to write down where, did we need to record where we just went? No, we went to the telegraph's office. Okay. All right, so now we're going to go to 39 EC. If there's an entry for it. Okay, there is. Yes, I'm Daniel Oliver's lawyer. How may I help you, sir? We're investigating the murder of William Razor. Could you give us some information on the affairs of Mr. Oliver? Out of the question. If you have questions of that nature, you'd better ask them of Mr. Oliver himself. Good day. Okay, so he knows something, but he's not. He sent this telegram, but he's not going to tell us what it's about. Okay, so Daniel Oliver's lawyer. Let's write that down. All right, well, that lead's dead, but we don't know who Sylvester is. Lawyer knows, but he's not telling us. And Sylvester is not one of our actors, so there's that. Okay, let's see if we can figure out what the other telegraph was about. Jack Vernon was at 67 Northwest. Where was this guy's office? 39 EC. Let me write that down. So we went to the lawyer's office. Okay, he told us to get lost. Now we're going to go to Jack Vernon, who our victim was sending a telegram to. 67 Northwest. Okay, so he was going to send a telegram to this guy. And we know what it said. It said, have you reconsider my offer? Okay, so now we're going to knock on that guy's door and see if he can tell us what this offer was all about. The walls of Jack Vernon's study are covered with posters of theatrical plays he directed. Jack Vernon sits in front of us and answers Watson's first question. Sorry, this is not the view I want. There we go. Yes, I knew William Razor. And when did you see him for the last time? That was 6 weeks ago. We met to have dinner at my club, the Cavendish. And was there a specific reason for this meeting? He wanted me to direct his new play. I told him I had other engagements. So he then hired Mr. Betancourt? No, Mr. Betancourt had already been hired by Oliver, the producer, but William wasn't completely satisfied by that choice. Mr. Betancourt had already been hired by Oliver, the producer, but William wasn't completely satisfied by that choice. Oh, really? Why? Well, various reasons. Artistic differences, as we usually say in the business. Razor is a demanding writer and actor. His play was very important to him. So why was Betancourt chosen then? Oliver's money, Oliver's choice. Have you had any news of Razor since your meeting? Yes, about a week ago he called me late at night in a state of extreme agitation and had delirious things to say about the catastrophic direction of his play. It's rather common in the weeks before the premiere. I didn't pay particular attention to it. He told me that Betancourt was incompetent, an ignorant oaf. He thought that I could pick up the play and fix it. Well, what did you tell him? Oh, that it was out of the question. As I said previously, Oliver had the last word in the matter of the direction. Moreover, I didn't want to have anything to do with William Razor after the disastrous experience of Henry VIII. The arguments with Sabellini about Finley, the abandoning of the production, To tell you the truth, I was surprised that Oliver would work with that man again. Of course, Razor is so egocentric, that he never sees himself as a problem. He believes that everyone will jump at the opportunity to direct the great William Razor. He argued with Sabolini? What about? Oh, I'm sorry. There are enough rumor mongers to feed the entire British press, and I want no part of that. And there's a little illustration here we can look at. All right, so let's see here. He wants this guy to direct his play. So the telegram was an attempt, was his latest plan to try to convince this guy to be the alternate director for this play, to replace Betancourt. And Betancourt had been replaced by Oliver, the producer. His money, his choice. Week ago, he called me late at night, saying again, the play is being directed horribly. Could he come in and save it? He said he can't. And then he tells a little bit about background. Disastrous experience of Henry VIII. Arguments with Sabolini about Finlay. I was surprised he'd want to work with him again. He argued with Sabolini, what about, and he won't tell us. Okay, so let's go to our notes here. And I'm not sure under what heading. Maybe we'll do like victim history. So we know he argued with Sabolini and Henry VIII. He wanted director Betancourt replaced. And argued with Sabolini about Finlay. And this is information from 67 Northwest, alternate director, Vernon. Okay, so we've got a tie-in with Sabolini. That makes me curious what Sabolini's role is here. If we look back at the actors again, there's Sabolini. I think it's time to talk to Sabolini. Now, who is Finlay? I thought maybe Finlay was another actor. Maybe we're going to hear about it now from Nicola. Let's go talk to Nicola Sabolini. Anna was thinking the same thing. Jonathan says, here's a weird difference. In the 90s version, Oliver Daniels' address was 45 WC, not 45 Southeast. That is weird. Yeah, some things get changed. We can't tell where. Why? 67 Northwest, we did record that. Okay. Let's, we could actually, before we move on, I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to go talk to them, but let's just see what happens if you look up Finlay. There is a Finlay in the directory, a Ralph Finlay. 96 WC. Let's write that down in our notes. .96 WC. I just need my glasses to check. 96 WC. That's intriguing. So that would be a good way to learn that. Let's talk to Sabellini first. Maybe he's going to mention Ralph Finley. Okay, here we go to Sabellini. Nicola Sabellini. The well-filled out actor fills his small brandy glass for the second time since our arrival, but he still hasn't answered our first question. I don't know what you may have heard about me. Forked tongues seem to get untied. I wasn't even at the theater at the time of the murder, says Sabellini. As he puts down his glass to light a cigar, his right hand shakes nervously. We're simply trying to help young Chaplin. If you have nothing to do with Razor's death, help us prove it, Watson enunciates sedately. Sabellini's eyes fix upon Watson. He smokes silently. After a good minute, he finally talks. It's true that I am not saddened to learn about Razor's death. But all I have to say to you is that I've got nothing to do with that, and I'm not ready to lay out my private life for all to see. Okay, so he's nervous, shakes nervously his right hand, and I wasn't even at the theater at the time of the murder. That's a little bit suspicious to say, but let's go look at our timeline again. Let's see, where is Sabellini goes to lunch at 11:20. When does he come back? We don't have him coming back. Oh, that's right. He was late eating his mincemeat pie. That would seem to suggest that he wasn't there at the time of the murder, right? Because he's eating his mincemeat pie. He tells Sidney Chaplin, tell him I'll be late. Chaplin gets back and goes right to the thing and says the guy's late. So it doesn't seem like he would be there to murder him. But we could go visit Finley and ask, see if he knows some history. Jonathan says there's a difference. The Sabellini clue is different because Wiggins is there and knows more about Sabellini. Gives away slightly more information in the original. Interesting. Let's go follow this lead about Sabellini and talk to this person, Ralph Finley, and see if he knows anything. So Finley is 96 WC. So let's go to 96 WC. Let's see if we've got an entry for it. We do have an entry for it. Watson knocks on the door to Ralph Finley's apartment for the third time. The door finally opens. A young boy of about 16 years of age is standing in the doorway, staring defiantly at us. Is Ralph Finley there? Asks Watson. Who is asking? Says the boy. Watson hands him his card. He takes it, holds it upside down, examines it with squinted eyes, then finally allows us to enter the room. Wait here. All of the room's windows are covered with heavy curtains, hiding the light from the sun. Only a group of candles standing on a large oaken table in the middle of the room illuminate us. Watson brings our attention to a strong and acrid smell, easily recognizable. Opium, he says. Near the candles, we can see a few pipes. The floor is littered with pillows and low tables. Oriental paintings, most of them erotic, are hanging here and there on the walls. The entire room has an Asian look to it. Did Kong send you? We turn around and see a young man wearing a brocaded blue silk bathrobe ornamented by a red dragon. Coming closer, we realize he's actually older than he looks at first. I told Kong I'd take care of it. I don't know any Kong. I'm here about William Razor. Watson interrupts him. Willie? What happened to him? I'm afraid he's dead. Dead? But how? Murdered. He was shot. Who did that? Was it Nicola? Don't tell me it was Nicola. Sabellini? No, we don't think he's implicated. Why are you asking us that? Oh, what a relief. He was so nice. It was stupid of me to think he could have done anything. Why did you suspect him? Suspect him? No, no, that dear Nicola is hot-blooded, like all Latin people, but he wouldn't hurt a fly. Finley wears a thick layer of makeup, but it isn't enough to hide the pockets under his eyes and his tiredness. He wields words, not weapons. They argued horribly before Willie left the show. It was frightening to see those two admirable gentlemen quarrel about me. Do the policemen know who killed that brave Willie? They've arrested a young actor, Sidney Chaplin. We believe they got the wrong culprit. Maybe we could get settled more comfortably to discuss it, says Finley with a lascivious smile. He wants to have some opium and hang out. Do you know who could have wanted to kill Mr. Razor? Few people liked Willie much. He didn't care about other people's feelings, but I can't think of anyone who would have wanted him harmed that badly. He had his good sides. You know, Dr. Watson, I also have my good sides. Would you be interested in discovering them? Thank you for your time, Mr. Finley. If we have other questions, we'll let you know. I'll wait for news from you. I think he's kind of keen on Watson. And there's a little picture here. This was weird. He says he was murdered. He was shot. Who did that? Was it Nicola? Don't tell me it was Nicola. He thinks it's Nicola. And then as soon as we say we don't think he's implicated, he's like, what a relief. It was stupid of me to think he would have done anything. He's almost like he's trying to, like, not get in trouble. He tells us about the history of when they got into a fight. Nicola was hot-blooded, is what he says. He wouldn't hurt a fly. That's weird. He's now, like, over-exaggerating. He doesn't want us to think we're implicating Nicola for some reason. He wields words, not weapons. They argued horribly before Willie left the show. It was frightening to see. To quarrel about me. They're quarreling about him. What does that mean? They were quarreling about... Maybe this guy, Sabellini, was telling our guy that his opium was messing with his acting and stuff. Doesn't seem like any motive to kill him, right? Hardly seems like any motive. Anna says, it looks like it was a jealousy thing about this boy at the Henry VIII play. John says, the difference in the 90s version, there's some slightly different wording where it implies Finley likes the two of them fighting over him. Okay, so here he is. He's making a pass at Watson, so I guess they're saying that he was sort of that the actors were all in this little competing for each other's romantic attentions. Okay, so that may wrap up that little piece of that puzzle. And that was 96 WC. Let's put that on our map. Certainly doesn't look like we have any motive for our guy Sabellini. And that's why he didn't want to tell us about his personal life, why they got into a fight. It was all over a little bit of jealousy, but it certainly doesn't seem like it's of any importance to us. There's 95. – 96, okay. Okay, so that's why he didn't want to talk to us. It was about his private life. That makes sense. Oh, just a romantic thing. Okay, so he's not our guy. We still don't have a good motive for killing him. The only motive we have is he's trying to get the director fired. I think it's time for us to talk to Betancourt, the director, who is our, for lack of a better suspect, he's our best suspect because he's the only person that has a real motive. So did we look up the address of Betancourt? Because he's not at the theater. Betancourt Graham, 69 Southeast. So let's put that in our notes here. Betancourt, 69 Southeast. This is the director. All right, let's go visit him. Let's put it on our map first. We knock at the door many times, but no one answers. Okay. So Betancourt cannot be found. It looks like Oliver had money problems and needed to pay that to Sylvester while our victim was trying to change directors. What would cause a delay and maybe money lost to Oliver? Jonathan says there wasn't even a 69 South E in the original clue book. Oliver had money problems and needed to pay. That's right. We have Oliver getting the telegram that put him in a bad mood to pay Sylvester. We don't know who Sylvester is. Let's look at our notes briefly. We could talk to the other actors we haven't talked to. I guess that's the only other person to talk to other than our informants. All right, let's go back and finish talking to our actors then. We've got a bunch left. I normally have a screen in front of me that tells me how long we've been running each session, but it doesn't seem to be properly, I remember now because I changed the titles. Okay, so it's not tracking it's not giving me a good track of how long each session has been. So it's a little harder for me to tell when to take a break, but I guess we're still within the next hour block. Okay, let's just go through our remaining actors in order. Marie Leslie is next. We've seen the photo of Irene Adler many times, and to our eyes, the beauty of Maria Leslie renders justice to that of the woman. I don't know what to tell you, says Ms. Leslie. Until yesterday, I had only ever seen murders on stage. Did you know Mr. Razor well? Asks Watson. Not really. It's the first time that I've worked with him. He's a very irritable person. Looks like he lives only for theater. He's on opium. He's a little irritable because of that. To your knowledge, did Sidney Chaplin have a reason to kill him? No. I can't believe Sidney could have done such a thing. He's such a nice boy. I've already worked many times with Sidney and Charlie. Sidney can't have done that. Okay, well, it continues on a little bit on the next page. Then who do you think? I have no idea. Can you just give us your schedule for yesterday morning before the body was found? Did you notice anything unusual? James and I arrived at the theater shortly after 8. As you know, we rehearsed the play in full before lunch. Right after the rehearsal, James and I went for lunch. We met up with a friend at Simpson's and came back before the afternoon's rehearsal. We were on stage when we heard the shot. To be honest, I didn't notice anything extraordinary. So James and I went for lunch. We met up with a friend at Simpson's. So if we wanted to, we could go to Simpson's and see who that friend was. If we keep an eye out, we might bump into who Sylvester is. So that's the reason why we might want to make note of some of these things, maybe places of visit. There was another restaurant too we heard about. So Simpson's. And she traveled to someone else. And then there was another restaurant. Punch and Judy's restaurant. I don't remember where we heard someone was going to a restaurant, but I'm just going to put it down there so we don't forget. Okay, so she doesn't know any reason why it would happen. She tells us her alibi. That's her alibi, that she went to lunch, and we could check that out. Let's just read the rest of these first. Who did she go to lunch with? James. Who's James? James Beeston, the actor. All right, let's do him next. Let's see if he corroborates that he was at lunch with Leslie. Enter, please. I've been relieved to hear that Holmes is investigating the case at young Chaplin's request. And if I can help you in any way... Well, we're attempting to determine if someone saw something unusual yesterday morning. What can you tell us? Oh, not much, I'm afraid. We were all very busy during that morning rehearsal. Razor seemed to be in good form. Maria and I left for lunch. We went directly on stage when we returned. It seems that Mr. Razor did not go for lunch. You knew him well. Was that normal behavior for him? Beeston's answer is accompanied by a light laugh. It's said that opium cuts appetite. Opium? It was one of Razor's little flaws. I never noticed that it had an influence on his stage performance, so that does not concern me. Maria believes it's one of his most detestable attributes. Did you know who could hold ill will towards Razor? Everyone knows that Sabellini and Razor have not gotten along since Henry VIII and Finlay affair, to the point of coming to blows. All right. We don't think this is involved in the murder, having talked to Sabellini and knowing this is a romantic thing, but we shouldn't rule out the idea that he was killed because of sustained jealousy that's still lingering. All right, we've got two more to visit. One is John Weber, and one is Clara Oldmixon. All right, let's talk to John Weber. Incredible! Who could have believed that this young man was a killer? He got along well with everyone. John Weber is a man of average age who, over the last 10 years of his career, specialized in fatherly roles. a character which bleeds into his attitude off stage. This is where I do a voice for someone and then it tells us right afterwards that it was an inappropriate voice. Do you suspect anyone? Nah, I've worked many times with most of the actors in the play. It's simply incredible. Tell us the events which led you to discover the body. I don't have much to add to what you probably already know. Clara and I left for lunch. I met Wiggins at the restaurant. We had just gotten back on stage when we heard the shot and Jean's shout. So everyone's giving their alibis. It almost looks like we need to write down where everyone would have been and who claims to be at lunch with who. Did you notice anything unusual? Sorry, I've been going over the events in my head since yesterday. Nothing comes to mind. Tell Sidney when you see him that I believe he's innocent. Okay, and then last up is Clara Oldmixon. Clara Oldmixon is a middle-aged lady well used to the role of maternal figures on theater boards for over a dozen years. She avoids the company of other artists. Charlie told me that Holmes was investigating the murder. What a relief. Have you found out how to help that poor Sidney? Not yet, but I'm sure we'll find something. Did you see anything? Oh, not much. After the morning's rehearsal, John and I went to eat together. I have so few scenes that I didn't think I'd be very busy in the afternoon, but Graham really wanted me to be present. I was sitting in a corner of the stage knitting when I heard the shot. By the time I got backstage, everyone was already in front of William's dressing room. What a tragedy. Okay, that's it for her. And that's it. We've now interviewed all the actors and actresses on scene, and no one else is at the theater for us to talk to. Okay, I think we may want to take a closer look at the journal now and see if we can't pinpoint who doesn't have good alibis for being with someone or being seen. But let's take an 8-minute break and we'll come back and continue. Okay, we're back. We're discussing in the chat the fact that we don't have a great motive here for this death. We've got two potential motives. One, a personal jealousy motive with the fellow actor Sabellini and this guy Finley for the opium dealer. And the other, that he's trying to get rid of this director. Although it doesn't look like he was having much success getting rid of the director, and so that's not a great motive. Although we can't find the director to talk to him. And we were agreeing, Anna says there is a Sylvester Bank in the directory. I try to avoid finding people by first name. That just seems a little bit unfair. But we'll keep our eye open for him. But I was in agreement with Anna that I think it's time to look at this timeline journal and try to make some effort to account for who was on the scene at the time of the shooting, which now we kind of believe because he struggled with him, so he must have been alive and then he was dead. So let's see if we can't go to our document, our notes here, and see if we can't do something like how about opportunity, suspects opportunity. All right, let's take a look at our suspects here. So we're going to put here, so unaccounted for, or how about maybe, I guess we'll want to say something like 12:45 p.m. not accounted for, possibly on scene. Natina says, I think there's an article about opium use in the previous newspaper. There certainly was. We can take a look at that briefly if we want to. All right, let's see what we've got here. 12:45 was our shot, our death. There's a weird circumstance with the air gun shooting him silently. But we still think he was killed at that time because he was struggling. So the Chaplin brothers and Wiggins are on scene. So Chaplin brothers and Wiggins on scene. Okay. Leslie and Beeston. Maria Leslie, let's just write down Maria Leslie and James Beeston back from lunch on scene. Okay, they may have their alibis of where they were when they got back. We'll want to check that out in a second, but let's just make sure all the people we have. So then we have Clara Oldmixon and John Weber back on scene. So all these people went to lunch together. Okay, and then we're told that Essex arrived at 12:30, so he's on scene. We're told that Sabellini still at lunch, question mark. We're told what restaurant they ate at, right? Let's go visit that restaurant and check his alibi. We're also told that Francis Stanley secretary. Still at lunch. We're told he left. We're told Francis Stanley left at 11:45, but we're not told he came back. Might want to look at him again. Went for lunch. Did he not come back? Might want to talk to him again and see what he says. And then Oliver left, did not come back at 12:30 p.m. Okay, that's Oliver saying he went home. Anyone else? Who's Bobby? Bobby departs. (10:30) Bobby departs. Who's that? Doesn't come back? Question mark. Okay, and then at 9:30, we've also got 9:30. The director, Beckwith, departs, does not come back. Is that right? We've got Beckwith departing. Where is he? Beckwith departs. 9:30, doesn't come back. T. Ryder and Bobby arrive. Bobby departs. So T. Ryder is still on scene. T. Ryder on scene. That's the janitor. Who else is on scene? Jean Berain. Does she go to lunch? Jean Berain is the costume manager that heard the shot. She doesn't go to lunch? She probably ate in. And then we've also got, we might want to note, delivery. If someone was sneaking in from the delivery service, there's two deliveries. There's a delivery from Swear and Wells for Essex, for a specific person. And then a delivery from Sidley and Sons. Carpet. If we think someone snuck in that way. All right, let me catch up on the chat and see what the chat says. Oliver had debts, so I looked at banks and insurance companies. So I found Sylvester Bank, and there's a London and Globe insurance company that looks interesting for a theater. We do have lots of banking in today's newspaper. Well, let's I'm not ruling out investigating these Sylvester Bank and all these things, but I think we should put it off a bit. I want to check Sabellini's alibi. All right, so I've written down the people that are on scene, but I haven't written down the people that have given us good alibis that they were standing with someone else. So let's look at our people again briefly and see what we can find. So Sabellini says, I wasn't even at the theater. He's shaking, lighting a cigar. I'm not saddened to learn about Razor's death. That's all I have to say. I'm not ready to lay out my private life. Okay. I'm trying to find the people. The janitor, let's see. A janitor says he doesn't like the cops. Clean the stage, the lodges, everything is ready for rehearsal. Lamps in the main hall, hunting down dust. Betancourt was sitting in the auditorium watching the rehearsal. Then I had tea with Brian. Sidley came to deliver the carpets. I helped them transport them to the trap room, which is underneath the stage. I walked by Mr. Oliver on the phone, went to see Brian for lunch. Oliver was going back home. Then the doors were all locked. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I'm just going over all this to look for alibis and stuff. Opium cuts the appetite. It was one of his flaws. Everyone knows Sabellini and Razor have gotten along since Henry VIII, Finley affair, coming to blows. Maria and I left for lunch. We went directly on stage when we returned. So Maria and Beeston seem like they get back from lunch and they go directly on stage. They arrive at 12:40. Okay, so they're alibied out. Let's make a note. Maria Leslie and James Beeston are back from lunch on scene, on stage at time of murder. So I think they're alibied. All right, Nicholas Sabellini claims he was eating at his restaurant. That seems pretty good. Maria Leslie we say, what did you notice? James and I went for lunch. We met up with a friend at Simpson's. We came back before the afternoon's rehearsal. We were on stage when we heard the shot. Okay, so those two seem pretty alibied. James and I. So this is Maria Leslie. Where's her entry? Oh, that's, we already put James and Maria. They're the same alibi. Okay. Clara. John and I went to eat together. Graham really wanted me to be present. I was sitting in the corner stage knitting when I heard the shot. Sitting in a corner of the stage. She's the last one there. John and I went to eat together. Okay. John is John Weber. And let's read John's statement. Average height, she's the father. So she acts as the mother, he acts as the father. Claire and I left for lunch, met Wiggins at the restaurant. So they went to eat at the same restaurant as Wiggins. We had just gotten back on stage when we heard that the shot and Jean's shout. We had just gotten back on stage. And Maria says, not Maria, Clara says, John and I went to eat. Graham really wanted me to be present. I was sitting in the corner of the stage. So she says she's sitting in the corner of the stage. John Weber says we had just gotten back on stage when we heard the shot. So this seems a little... But it seems both on stage at time. Okay, let's look at Jean Bahrain. She's all freaked out. She's the one who saw them. Ran a few errands for Maria before rehearsal, getting her tea and lemon. I was working in the costume storeroom. After the morning rehearsal, Mr. Betancourt came to see me. We had tea and biscuits. I heard footsteps in the corridor around 20 past noon, surely Mr. Razor entering his dressing room. Because he wasn't going for lunch. Then she hears more footsteps and then the shot. Okay, so Betancourt seems to see me. I don't usually take lunch, but we use the occasion to share tea and some biscuits. So they have lunch. She has lunch with Betancourt. I heard footsteps 20 past noon. So 20 past noon. So maybe in our notes, we want to say that she's on the scene. No, it's not that she had no lunch. She shared lunch with Betancourt at 12:20. Heard footsteps. So does that mean she was with Betancourt and can alibi him for the 12:20 time? The dressing room, it was nailed in a day or two ago, the nail. Let's read this again. They lift up the bed cover. Something falls to the ground. It's a pocket watch chain, half of a chain. They lift up to inspect the base of the mattress. There's a nail in the middle of one of the long sides of the bed's frame. Traces on the wood are recent, nailed in a day or two ago. What is it used for? I don't know. It's a twisted nail. Is it for someone tracing a trajectory of a bullet that they're going to fire from a different location? Maybe from below? And then there's a mark on the wall just above the nail. Looks like powder. No hole, no bullet. Then they pick a small round object, inspect with a magnifying glass, a cotton stopper used for blank shots. Is someone practicing shooting into that room and marking where the bullet goes? All right, let's look at Richard Essex. He's got a good reputation producing theater stuff. Who's Richard Essex? He's the stage manager. Okay, stage manager. During the morning rehearsal, divided my time stage and reception. I had to manage some deliveries, missed part of the rehearsal, went out for lunch, came back noon. Let's find Essex statement. He missed part of the rehearsal, came back noon. Is that right? Essex arrives, goes for lunch, comes back at 12:30. Okay, what does he do then? Came back at noon. A few minutes later, the troops started arriving. Graham was still writing. Graham Oliver was still writing. He hadn't started the rehearsal yet when we heard the shot. I was the first one to get to the dressing room right after Jean Barain. So I think it's important to note that Essex, where is Essex? Essex arrived on scene alone. Like, no one is watching where he goes. A lot of the rest of them are in pairs. Oliver had just gone out. Came in and spoke with Brian for a minute, went straight to the stage. He wonders if Oliver's going to keep going. Okay, Francis Stanley. He's filling out insurance paperwork. I knew the day would be packed. I had correspondence to write as well as financial reports about production costs to prepare for Mr. Oliver. Telegram arrived. He's in a bad mood. All right. It does seem to me like we need to interesting things. We need to investigate this insurance angle. On our victim. Did they have money? All right. Where were we told about the other restaurant? We've got 2 restaurants we were told about, and I know one was Punch and Judy, but I don't see where we... Does anyone remember where we got that information about them being in that Punch and Judy? Let me see the chat. Maybe someone can remind me where we learned about the other restaurant. Sydney told us about it in jail. Okay, so Punch and Judy, Sabolini, Sydney, and others were eating there. Okay, let's go to the 2 restaurants. We'll try Punch and Judy first. Okay. So, did we write down where, did we look up Punch and Judy? Punch and Judy. All right, let's see. Where's our directory? Punch and Judy Pub 73WC. And you guys say that we learned at Newgate Prison. That's where he says they went. Okay, 73WC. All right. Sorry for that recap, but it had to be done. All right, here we go. New clue. The Punch and Judy is a well-known meeting place for theater workers of the area. The owner joins us at our table in the back room. Yes, Sabolini came to eat here yesterday. I spoke with him for a bit after having given him his phone message. He had a country-style meat pie and 1 or 2 pints. What was that about a message? A message from the guy who was shot, Razor. He asked me to tell Sabolini to drop by his dressing room before rehearsal that afternoon. How did you know it was from Razor? He told me so. And what time did he call at? I didn't pay attention to the exact time, but it must not have been far from noon. What message? A message from the guy who was shot, Razor. noon. Does it continue on? Does he tell us what it was about? Good. And what time did he leave? I don't know. It seems most of the others from Drury Lane had already left, but I didn't really pay attention. Well, what did the message say? Oh, asking, tell Sabolini to drop by his dressing room before rehearsal that afternoon. Well, I mean, this seems to collaborate what he says. He didn't mention the message, though. That's troublesome that he didn't mention the message to us. But this guy seems to say he was still at the restaurant after everyone left. And if so, he wouldn't have much time to get back there and kill him. But why did this guy want him to drop by the dressing room? And why did this guy not tell us? I'm going to make a little note of this in the interesting things area. Why did Sabolini not tell us about phone message from Razor? Don't you think that would be something you'd mention? Wouldn't you mention that? Oh, Anna has a very good point. Someone wanted Sabolini to be there for the shot. They would be the ideal suspect, as everyone knew they hated each other. But Sabolini ate the pie, so told Sydney to tell Razor he'd be late. So Sydney was accidentally in Razor's room. I like it. I like it. I think Anna's exactly right. Now, the question is, however, did that phone call then not come from Razor? Just someone pretending to be Razor? I like Anna's theory. It makes a lot of sense. Someone was trying to set up Sabolini for the murder. Someone who knew about the fights, but apparently everyone knew about the fights. Okay, but anyway, that would suggest that it wasn't Razor who left the message. I do note that the caller doesn't try to speak to him. The caller says directly, give a message. So I think it's a good point. It's a good idea that it wasn't Razor. How do you know it was from Razor? He told me so. If it was Razor, then Razor is setting up his own suicide, but there would be no reason to do that. Okay, so someone is setting up Sabolini. I like it. I like it a lot. I think that's very sound. The question now is who and why were they trying to frame Sabolini? They're just trying to frame Sabolini because they want someone to blame. We've got no evidence that anyone wants Sabolini killed. All right, let's try the other restaurant. The other restaurant was Simpson's. Just for completion, we're going to go to this other restaurant, 49 Southeast. 73WC. Let me write that down actually. So we just went to 73WC, where they all went for lunch. Makes sense, nearby the, what word is it? Oh, my markers are over there. Okay, 73WC. Right near the neighborhood where all the acting is. And now we're going to 49 Southeast, where the others ate at Simpsons. Okay, so there's no entry for 49 Southeast, so we can't go there. No reason we really need to either. Okay. Insurance company. So we've got the insurance lead, we've got the lead about the money owed on the telegram from, let's see, what was the Sylvester, giving you until the 5th. Have money or all is lost. Sylvester is giving you until the 5th. Sylvester's. So if we look up Sylvester, instead of, does it say, I want to look at that telegram message again. That was at the telegraph office, 37 EC. Sylvester is giving you until the 5th. Have the money. Okay, so now okay. So I sort of misunderstood what Anna was saying when she said she found a Sylvester. There actually is I thought she found someone named Sylvester something in the directory. But what she was saying was, it's actually a bank name, Sylvester Bank. That's different. That's different than looking up someone by their first name. That's a reasonable thing to look up. So is it a bank that he owes money to? Okay, so Sylvester Bank is 84 EC. Let's just make a note of that in our thing. Where's our Sylvester? Okay. I wrote it down. I mean, I didn't keep it in my mind. Sylvester Bank, 84 EC. Question mark. All right, let's go to 84 EC. Let's see if there's an entry for that. I guess I shouldn't put it on the map until we see if it's there. Okay, there is an entry for it, so let's put it on our map. '86, '85. That's southeast though. 82, 81, 84. Okay, so we're going to Sylvester Bank. We're going to knock on the door and say, do you owe money? It makes sense that the lawyer is not being a conduit for some bad guy named Sylvester, criminal. He's telling that the bank is threatening them. We wait a few minutes before being led to the offices of the president of the Sylvester. Thank you for meeting us, Mr. Wong, says Watson while shaking the hand of the graying and portly gentleman. If you're helping Mr. Holmes in his investigation, I'd be glad to give you my assistance. We're investigating the murder of William Razor. We have been led to believe that Daniel Oliver has been in business with your bank. The president is quiet for a few moments. He pinches the bridge of his nose and passes his hand through his hair. I need to respect the privacy of our clients as assured by professional confidentiality. However, as it's a murder, I can tell you that Mr. Oliver is indeed having financial difficulties. I'm afraid I can't give you any more details. Okay, well, we knew he was in financial difficulties. This didn't shed much more light on that. But is there a motive for him killing off the actor? It would be for insurance. Where would we, if we look up in our directory, insurance companies, we've got five of them. Lloyd's Shipping, London and Globe, Pearl Assurances, Royal Insurance Company. Is any one of those more likely to insure actors? This is where the theater is, at Drury Lane in WC. There's no insurance company in WC. Where would be the closest nearby place? There's EC. There's Southwest, Southeast. They're in every other corner except our corner, our region. I mean, we could try stopping in one of the... Where does Oliver live? Where does Oliver live? Daniel Oliver lives in Southeast. So, if you were to guess where he might, well, but it wouldn't be his personal thing. It would be the theaters, insurance. I'm going to stop into one of these insurance companies just to see if anyone's heard of anything. 68EC. Just out of curiosity. Okay, there is an entry. Shakespeare's Theater was the Globe one in Grove Art. I just went to the one close to us. Insurance. 68EC. So I do see there is an entry for it, so that's promising. Okay, where's our section for insurance angle? Okay, here's our insurance angle. So I'm going to put a new entry, 68EC Insurance Company. Let's mark it on our map. And we may have to visit all of the insurance companies to find out, but now that we got one hit, we're likely to want to follow through. So 68EC is kind of close to our theater district. Isn't it here? Not super close. All right, let's see what 68EC says. One of the many employees of this large company confirms that they do have an insurance policy for Daniel Oliver's latest production. When Watson starts wanting to interrogate the employee, the man disappears into an office. After a few moments, he comes back to fetch us and takes us into said office. "I'm Mr. Carey. How may I help you?" "We're investigating the murder of William Razor. We wish to know, according to the contract, what are the consequences of his death?" "I can't tell you any details without Mr. Oliver's permission. But in broad strokes, we'll have to compensate him for the death of Mr. Razor. On that topic, we are very interested in the results of your investigation, Mr. Watson. If you uncover irregularities, we're ready to reward you." "That won't be necessary," says Watson, to our great disappointment. Okay, so that's interesting. Okay. So he did have an insurance policy. We don't know how much, though. Policy from Oliver on Razor. Now, just for the hell of it, I think we should go to another insurance company to make sure he didn't take out policies at every insurance company. So let's just try one more. Let's try the London and Globe 79 Southwest. Let's just see. Because if he took it out everywhere, then... Oh my God, look at this. Oh no, I thought he was going to have taken it out everywhere, but no. The employee at the London and Globe Company answers us happily. "Yes, our company specializes in the art milieu, notably for plays, but we've never dealt with Daniel Oliver. I must admit that in the current situation, that's a good thing for us. The only other company that I can think of that might have worked with Oliver is the Provident." Okay, so this is exactly what you want in this kind of a game. Like if the person went to an insurance company but not the right one, there should be an entry for it. Okay, so he didn't take out a policy in every insurance company, which is unfortunate because that would have really given him away. But it is a motive. It is a real motive. You would think you'd need a little more though, wouldn't you? Like, why pick this guy? And why such an elaborate way to murder him? Air gun. Where does he get an air gun for? Let's go, let's reread us talking to him again. Daniel Oliver was 45 Southeast. Let's reread that discussion. If he's our new #1 suspect for the insurance company, let's see if he tells us anything. What did he tell us? "Oh, you're friends of Wiggins. Your timing is perfect. Sit down. I'd like to reach him as soon as possible. He's Razor's understudy. He must take up the role." Looks pretty upset. "You intend to continue?" "Yes, I'm obligated to. With the Allegro and the Lyceum having shows in the works, competition is fierce. The show must go on." No, it didn't really give us any good information. He's going to collect the insurance. I guess the one reason it's a reasonable motive is that it doesn't actually harm you. Like, he got rid of this guy, but he's got an understudy ready to take his place who probably makes less than the main guy anyway. So it's a pure financial gain. And maybe, you know, people like seeing a performance if there's some scandal around it, so maybe it would even gin up the sales. But what's our theory? That he snuck back in? He is the producer, so he would have ways to get in. presumably. But how are we going to catch him? Gunsmiths or gun shop. I don't think we've got a I mean, we do have the air gun. You think someone might know someone who bought an air gun? All right, let's look at gunsmith shops. I think we might want to check the back of the theater, especially if we think that's how he snuck in. I think we should check the location adjacent to this building. There are some gunsmiths. We could check one near the theater or near Oliver's house. That's weird. Look at this. 28 is Covent Gardens. 28 is Covent Gardens, which is also mentioned in the newspaper, sort of luring us to go there, but it's also where a gun shop is. 28 WC. So I think we should go there and see if there's an entry for 28 WC, which is both a place in the paper and a gunsmith shop. So let's just go to 28 WC and see if there's an entry there. There is an entry there. All right. Let's mark it down. That's very intriguing. 28 WC is either the Covent Gardens from the newspaper or it's the gun shop. An air pistol? Armorer Joff thinks for a few moments. Yes, it's a rather rare request. I think the last one I sold was over a month ago. Do you remember the man who bought it? If I had him in front of me, maybe. Okay. Well, unfortunately, this doesn't help us, but it does confirm that someone's been planning this perhaps for a month. Jonathan says no 28 WC in the original. Interesting. Okay, well, it confirms, and it also confirms someone's been planning this for a month. Since this play went on or something. I don't know. That's weird. Or it's good. It was going to be used in the production for something else. All right. I wanted to look at the back of this place. So let's find that map again. So here's our maps. There's the room. Oliver leaves to go home, he says. If we really think he's the murderer and shot it, then he would have had to get back in. So how does he get back in? Through this exit tunnel. But there's the foyer where you would come in from, right? Like, people have to come in through here. Don't they come in from the foyer? That would be their main entrance in. That's where the doorman would be, right? So if you were going to sneak in, how do you sneak in? Fan room, machinery room, trap room, ladies room, toilet, men's room, exit tunnel. Vestibule. I'm trying to think where. Up, exit. Manager's office. I'm trying to think. What I'm basically trying to do is figure out on this map, given the Drury Theater, where we would expect someone to see it. So I guess maybe at 18, you would expect someone maybe saw something, or if you've got it wrong, where they came in 32. Maybe even 70, so maybe we check these three. Looking at the chat, and it says Razor contacted the other director 6 weeks ago, right? So 2 weeks after that, someone bought the air gun. Yeah, but remember, Oliver is not the director that he wants to replace, right? Oliver is the money producer, so he's not getting rid of the producer. So he doesn't have a personal grudge. Meanwhile, Oliver is desperate, or wanted to blow off the whole play. I get it. So Anna's thinking maybe he's threatening to quit. Yeah, maybe. Although if he quits, he doesn't really hurt the production. They'll just hire the understudy, but yes. Okay, let's check the places around the Drury Theater. So maybe start with 18WC and then see if any place around it. Okay, so there are entries here. Let's see what they look like. 18WC says, the Lyceum Theater is closed while awaiting a new show. Okay, that's that. And then there was 32WC. 32WC doesn't have an entry. And then 70WC doesn't have an entry. Okay, so only one of them nearby had an entry and it was basically empty. No entry for Bentley Hotel. No entry for 71. So no one sees our guy sneak in. Oliver said the show must go on. Said Razor also was the writer. Maybe he wouldn't let them show the play if he got upset. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. Well, we've still got a bunch of informants we could always go to, but I'm just looking at and we've not seen anything in the newspaper that ties to our case. That's a little unusual. Let's look at our newspaper again. Smoke, investment in mining companies, hot air balloons, Covent Garden Theater. Wheelchairs. Don't see how wheelchairs are relevant to our case. And if we look at the previous edition of the paper, we've got a theft, more politics, crime of passion. Here's the opium den house. We know our guy doesn't like to go to opium dens, though. Music festival watches. We know he's got a pocket watch with a broken chain. We don't know the significance of that, though. Nothing else of real interest, though. Well, I'm trying to think. I mean, certainly we could go to the informants. We could go to the cab depot to see if anyone was seen taking a cab there. Our guy, Oliver, where does he live? Oliver lives at 45 Southeast here. He actually lives a reasonable distance from the theater. I think it's time to go to the cab depot to see if we can catch him taking a cab home. Did he really go home when he said he did? And did he come back? I think that's the thing to do. Cab depot next. Let's check it out. Cab depot is always useful. 5WC, we should know that by now. Okay, 5WC. Whoa. Mr. Watson, do you have any idea of the number of fares we pick up and drop off around the theaters? Outside of showtimes, there shouldn't be that many. Around noon near Drury Lane, to be precise. Sorry, we can't always perform miracles. So basically, Cab Depot says, you gotta be crazy. You can't, there's too many cabs going to the theater district. Okay, that was interesting. We have our suspect. We have our theory of motive. We don't know exactly how he did it, though we're thinking now maybe he snuck in and somehow shot him with a silenced air rifle from somewhere nearby. I'm thinking that the nail was to plot trajectory through the floor or something, even though that seems a bit far-fetched. Jonathan says, in the original, the Cab Depot does give a clue. Anna says, well, one of our other informants, Ellis, Pike, Porky, those are all reasonable, but the informants are like hints in a way, and I feel like they should be last resort. So the question is, are we at last resort? Let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll discuss it. So I'll see you in 8 minutes.
I'll make it up. I'll make it. I'll make it up. I'll make it up.
Okay, we're back, and in the chat, Anna said that she wanted to go reread Sydney at jail. Anna says, I reread Sydney. I have a new theory, but I'll wait for you to share it then. Okay, I have a new theory too. Not a new theory, but a new place we should go. We should go talk to those deliveries. One of them brought carpets that they put down in the trap room in the basement. I'll bet they saw something. Let's hear Anna's theory, and maybe we will reread Sydney at Newgate Prison. Where was Newgate Prison again? Where do our records say is Newgate Prison? One of the benefits of taking digital notes, of course, is that we can search. Newgate Prison, 36 EC. I'm gonna take a look at that. I'll bet the carpet delivery people saw something, but let's take a look at this. 36 EC. And let's hear Anna's new theory. Anna, let's hear your theory as I reread this. My friends, I'm happy to see you, and I'm sure that Mr. Chaplin will be even more delighted. Come, let's go talk to them, Hall says to us. It's a distraught Sydney Chaplin who's waiting for us in a small cell set aside for discussions between prisoners and their lawyers. You need to tell the police it's a mistake. Watson takes control of the conversation. Mr. Chaplin, we're doing everything we can. Holmes is going to investigate. I'm sure everything will go well. Tell us what happened. What a relief, Sherlock Holmes. We had lunch and punch in duty. Sabellini called me over as we were leaving. He asked me to tell Razor that he'd be a few minutes late as he needed time to finish his meat pie and that he wouldn't be long. We went back to the theater. Wiggins and Charlie went to see Benacourt, and I was supposed to rehearse a scene with Mr. Razor. I was a few minutes early, but I went straight to Razor's dressing room to give him the message. I knocked on the door, no answer. I knocked again. That's because he's passed out on opium. Says I knocked again. Mr. Razor was lying on the bed, back to me, sleeping. I knew we were expected by Mr. Benacourt in a few minutes. That's the rehearsal. So I wanted to wake him. I shook him by the shoulder. I think I scared him. I saw he had a pistol in his hand. Everything happened so quickly. He turned and the shot was fired. I tried to take the pistol away from him and he fell to the ground. That's all I know. I shook him by the shoulder. I think I scared him. I saw he had a pistol in his hand. Everything happened so quickly. He turned and the shot was fired. Okay, nothing new from there that I saw, but let's hear Anathan's theory. Anna says, everything happened quickly. Shook Razor. Could it be that Razor was dead already, but Sydney didn't realize it? When he shook him, the dead body turned and fired the contraption with the chain. I was about to say, no, I don't believe a contraption, but now you've pointed out the part with the chain has me concerned. Like chain tied from the nail to the gun. I'm liking this idea that that's what the nail was. The nail was tied to the chain to the trigger. But then how... I see. So you're saying someone comes in and kills him, shoots him in the eye at 12:20 and leaves. Then they tie the chain to the trigger of the gun that they put in his hand. And then their plan is that someone will come in and shake him and wake him and cause the gun to fire in his hand. And Sydney says he turned to face him, and you're saying that's all imagined by Sydney, that he didn't really turn to face him, that somehow the chain made him turn. It's just the part that Sydney is trying to shake him and wake him up and triggers all this seems bizarre to me. That's the part that seems kind of crazy to me. That Sydney wouldn't be able to tell, would say that he turned to face him when obviously if he's dead he couldn't. Unless you think the contraption is not just the contraption, we say, but it can't be anything that's not seen on that scene of the crime. Although I do like the idea that the nail is attached to the watch chain. Anna says, Sydney shook him, the dead body turned by its own weight. Just seems a stretch. But I agree with your idea. I mean, you can, the thing is, what's, in terms of plausible, you can plausibly kill the guy silently with an air pistol. But rigging the body in a way that the gun's gonna go off it just seems implausible. Rigging the body in a way with a watch chain and a nail so that the gun's gonna go off when someone turns him and have Sydney realize it. Although you could say that Sydney was just sort of in shock. He tries to wake him, he shakes him, and just by moving the body, he causes the gun to go off. And in his mind, he imagines that he caused him to panic. So what are you trying to do? You're trying to rig, if you're trying to do this, you're trying to rig it so that when his body is moved by the first person who comes, who you are planning to be Sabellini, that the gun would go off. I like, the part I like is I like that it ties into the watch chain and the nail. And why it would break the nail. Let's read Meeks's comment about Meeks's statement of what was found. One bullet shot through the eye going upwards, lodged itself in the brain. Signs of regular opium use. No signs of powder around the wound. The pistol had to be at least 3 feet away from the victim. That was a pretty cool part. It's saying if this gun was used to kill him, it had to be 3 feet away. But now we don't think that's true. We think the gun just went off near his chest. And that's what caused powder burns on his chest. So it was the airsoft gun that shot him in the eye. Okay, and then 22 Southwest is Murray. Where's little Wiggins? Okay, he pulls out a number of items. Pistol, a short of long tube. We don't know if this is for the opium or if this is related to our crime. But you could imagine this could be used for the chain setup. Short of long tube, pointed stick. Oil lamp, flask filled with some thick brown substance. That's the opium. Half sheet of crumpled paper. An item wrapped in cotton. Change for £3. We look down at the tube and various other items. He smoked opium. There's their telegram. Okay, let's keep reading here. So he's got a Weber Mark I common weapon. Great amount of powder. It's on the victim's shirt, no hole, because it just fired into the wall or something. The wrapped item is a pocket watch. The chain is broken, part of it is missing. Not that much interesting here. Okay. I like this idea. It seems far-fetched that the chain is being used to pull the trigger of the gun, but it makes sense. Let's go find these deliveries because I think they're going to have seen something. So if we look at our delivery timeline, we've got carpets from Sidley and Son. Okay, let's find Sidley and Son. Sidley and Sons, 32 Southeast. 32 Southeast. 32 Southeast. I feel like it's in search now, but I can't see the cursor. Let's try doing it this way. Okay, so let's .32 Southeast. And then there was another delivery. Let's just write this one down first. Delivery. What was the other delivery? Were we even told? Actually, one of these deliveries was for Essex, the janitor. Swear and Wells for Essex. Swear and Wells. Were we told what that was? I think Essex might have told us, but I don't remember. But let's look it up. I really think they're going to have seen something, but I could be just hopeful wishing. Swears and Wells, 65 Northwest. Okay, let's start with Sidley and Sons, 32 Southeast. .32 Southeast is not in our entry. So much for my theory. Let me just double check the address. I was so sure. Sidley and Sons, 32 Southeast is not in the book. I was so sure it was going to be them seeing something. And then 65 Northwest, the other delivery. .65 Northwest does have an entry. We're a company for theater materials, Mr. Watson. We provide costumes, accessories, and all other sorts of material. Mr. Oliver has been one of our clients for many years, and we continue to work with him despite being aware of his money problems. So it's just a hint that he's got money problems. All right, that was not helpful. How about we look at what Essex says again? I want to read these entries again from the helper. Came back around noon. The members of the troop started arriving. I had to manage some deliveries. I missed part of the rehearsal. Went out for lunch as soon as the rehearsal was done. Graham was writing. We heard the shot. I was the one to get to the dressing room right after Jean Barain. Oliver had just gone out, spoke to Brian, went straight to the stage. I wonder what Oliver will decide about the play. And then where's the janitor? Todd Ryder. Let's see him again. Cleaned the stage, the lodges, the previous evening. I didn't have much to do, so I replaced the lamps in the main hall. Was hunting down dust. Mr. Betancourt was sitting in the auditorium watching the rehearsal. Then I had tea with Brian in the middle of the morning. Sidley came to deliver the carpets. I transported them to the trap room. Then I cleaned up the large toilets on the ground floor, put away my cleaning supplies in the closet, walked by Mr. Oliver on the phone. Walked by Mr. Oliver on the phone. Is he calling the restaurant, pretending to set up our Sibliani? Our other guy, Sabellini? Is that what he's doing? He's on the phone. When I went to see Brian for lunch right before he left. Okay, let's find that timeline. So he walks by Mr. Oliver on the phone. Right before 12:30 when he departs. So, and then right before Brian went for lunch. Who is Brian? Which one is Brian? Brian is not on our list of people we can talk to. We need to make down a list of people who are mentioned that aren't at the theater. Make sure we see them all. Who Brian for lunch before he left? When you said before he left, you mean Oliver? Yeah, he was just behind me. He told Brian to have a good day. He was going back home. I think this is Oliver making the phone call to the restaurant. Sabellini goes for lunch at 11:20. 12:30, Oliver leaves. So sometime before he leaves at 12:30, he makes that phone call. Were the doors and windows still locked? Yes. Was all tightly locked. All right, now, when we meet the doorman, doorman is Brian Smith. Okay, we're talking to him here. Okay, so Brian Smith is the doorman. Was there someone else named Bobby that was mentioned to us at some point? Or am I imagining that? Let me make a note on my records here about Oliver's phone call. Did Oliver call restaurant? Would he know where to call? Would you know where to call? Do they always go here? I guess this is a place where they always go. A whole bunch of them go there. I'm just trying to think if there were other people that are mentioned here. We should reread the intro. Somehow I'm remembering someone named Bobby that was mentioned. Cotton stopper for blank shots. What is the cotton stopper for blank shots about? No matter what theory you go by. Anna says, yes, they said Sabellini usually ate at Judy and Punch. What's our theory for the blank stopper then, usually used for blank shots, the cotton stopper? We don't think the gun, the Webley, was firing blanks. Oh, yes, we do. I guess we do. Okay, so that goes against my theory. I had a theory that the gun was just his self-defense gun. But using Anna's theory now, the person planted that gun on our guy after they killed him, rigged it to go off, and so there was no bullet to be fired. They didn't want there to be a real bullet fired because then the bullet would be found in the wall or whatever. So instead, when the gun goes off, it makes the loud sound and they find the bullet in the eye and they think that it came from the gun. Okay, so that is more credence to the idea that Oliver killed him or someone killed him with the airsoft gun prior and rigged up the Mark Webley to fire just to make a noise. That makes a lot of sense now. I just don't like the theory about the watch chains rigging him up to make it look like he's awake and shoot him. That seems very far-fetched, but I like the idea that the twisted nail was planted. It makes total sense why that the watch chain was used for that. Maybe you could even rig it so that when you sit on the bed, it puts some tension and turns the body a little bit. Or you could just say Sydney was too confused. Okay, I like this theory. I don't love it, but I mean, it makes sense to me that that's what was going on. So now what did we conclude that there is no person named Bobby? Let's look at the introduction again. Premiere's happening in 2 days. With Holmes' death, nothing's for certain anymore. We spent the morning going over the play. Director wanted to rehearse Act 2. Most of the actors had gathered on the stage. 1:45, shot rang out. Pistol in his hand. Brothers in Newgate. We'll prove it. Brian Smith, the doorman. Scandal in Bohemia. All right. I think maybe it's just informants to go to. I can't think of any other places. Let's just look through our list here. So we don't think he was actually shot then. He was shot with an air pistol. He's been planning this for a while, though. All right. I think maybe we have to go. All right. Anna said there was a person mentioned Kong. The opium dealer mentions Kong. All right. Let's see if there's a Kong in the directory. Otherwise, it didn't sound like it was related to us. But there is Hop Yu Kong, 48 Southeast. Okay. 48 Southeast is Hop Yi Kong. This is, the opium guy mentions this to us, like, are you here about that? And we're like, no, we're about a murder. So let's see if this is relevant for us. 48 Southeast, there is an entry. The hallway leading us to the door of Hop Yi Kong is narrow, dirty, and dark, but a kerosene lamp wrapped in scarlet paper shows us our destination. On the door are painted two Chinese characters in red around a small grilled window. Watson knocks on the door with the tip of his cane. The window opens and a high-pitched voice calls to us. "What do you want?" "Ralph Finley gave us your address," answers Watson. The door opens onto a dimly lit corridor. A small man leads us to a door which he opens, inviting us to enter. The room is so filled with smoke that it's difficult to see in it. Against the walls are packed roughly made cots. There are men smoking in most of the cots, and some are deeply asleep. "An opium den," says Watson, with a reproving tone. 2 shillings the pipe," says the little man, a Chinese man wearing puffy trousers and a yellowed shirt, which must have once been white. He has long hair tied in a braid, and his left cheek is crossed by a scar. He holds his hand out and repeats, 2 shillings the pipe." Watson pulls a crown from his pocket. "We don't want a pipe, but information." "What do you want?" asks the Chinese man, his hand still outstretched. "Does Finley come here often?" "One time, 2 each week." "He's accompanied?" "He always has 2 ne'er-do-wells with him." "Who else?" The Chinese man brings his hand closer to Watson, who drops in it the coin, which quickly ends up in the man's trouser. "He comes with the American actor, William Razor." "Are you sure?" "He's always boasting." "I am sure." Okay, that doesn't help us. Does it? Not really. Let's put that down, though. 48 Southeast. I think we're going to have to go to some more informants now. We have a reasonable theory. I don't love it, but it's reasonable. But let's see our other informants. We could go talk to Lestrade, who's running this case. That would be reasonable. We could go to information on court cases and legal affairs to see if Oliver's in. Why Oliver? We don't know why he's in financial trouble. Gambling, maybe? So Porky Shinwell might know about that. Henry Ellis is at the Times, Foreign Affairs, Quinton Hogg, criminal cases, Mycroft, Langsdale Pike, social columnist, knows all rumors which are running through London society. I think that's a good place to go to see if he has heard about our producer being in money trouble. That's my first vote for where we go. Langdale Pike to Southwest. Let's try that. Langdale Pike greets us theatrically, as usual, and sits us in turn on chairs in a circle. Watson is placed immediately to his right and is Pike's center of attention. Watson, you so rarely honor me with your visits. Holmes isn't with you? I thought you were inseparable. Langdale, Holmes isn't the subject, answers Watson as he blushes. A dispute in the couple. Tell me, I want to know everything. Pike is jubilant while applauding with both hands. I'd rather hope you would give me information about Razor's murder, answers Watson with a glacial tone. Langdale pouts disappointingly and lets Watson continue. We suppose for a moment that the murderer would be a member of the company. It isn't the young chaplain? I don't believe so, answers Watson. He hands Langdale the program. What can you tell us about the members of this troupe? Langdale examines the program attentively. It's a long list, Watson, with many stories to tell. Well, we're here for that. I'll try not to fail my reputation, then. What do you want to know? Langdale adjusts his position on the sofa, preparing himself for our questions. To start off, what can you tell us about Razor? William Razor was a popular American actor who came to London to perform once in a while. 2 years ago, he wrote and played Henry VIII for 8 months straight. He has a reputation for being demanding and quick to anger. Hard to get along with. In Henry VIII, he evidently held the main role and Sabellini played Wolsey. As in the play, the two came into conflict for various reasons, political and sentimental. Sentimental? Sentimental, love life, affair d'amour. Who was the woman involved, we ask? Watson. As Holmes would say, you see, but you're not observing. The other member of this love triangle was Ralph Finley. Ralph Finley, the child actor? I don't understand. You mean that... The oldest child actor in the world, interrupts Langdale. A young rogue ripe for all sorts of villainy. Razor and Sabellini. Used to partake in the love that dare not speak its name, as Oscar Wilde would say. I'm sure that you have yourself frequented a few young beauties in your time. They can be as mean and jealous no matter what their gender. I thought it belonged in the past until Peter Hetherington's soiree, at which it's a new person we could maybe visit. Peter Hetherington's soiree, at which Razor and Sabellini had both been invited. As the witching hour came, they came to blows under the veranda, no one knows why. They both left the house in a hurry with a black eye and a bruised ego. The tension between them still seems to be there, even now. That's all for Razor and Sabellini. If those two have made efforts to hide their passions, Leslie and Beeston have built their reputation on the publicity of their love life. They have become the most popular couple thanks to a series of vaudeville-esque comedies. Their life on stage looks like their daily life, or is that the other way around? For Weber, it's another story, a real Don Juan. I know from a reliable source that he once frequented 4 women at the same time, each feeling as happy as a young newlywed. I don't have much to say about the Chaplin brothers or Clara Oldmixon. However, I'd have a lot to tell about the man called Wiggins, says Langdale with a knowing smile. We all break out laughing. What can you tell us about the producer and the director, asks Watson, regaining his composure. Well, if everyone was like Betancourt, I'd have to change jobs. He's boring. When he's not at the theater, he's home in Hampstead, I believe, with his wife and his child or children, no matter. Now, Daniel Oliver always seems to be on the point of making a fortune or losing everything. Many years ago, he had a liaison with Maria Leslie before she was married to Beeston. Rumor says the two are still intimately linked. Where does that rumor come from? Me, of course, says Langdale as he laughs. They have been seen having dinner together more than once. But they claimed they were discussing the possibility of a role in one of Oliver's future productions. Langdale, sometimes I wonder if you don't invent half the stuff of what you talk about. What can you tell us about the others? He thinks while looking at the program again. The only other person I know is Lawrence Beckwith, another young star in the world of theater. Lawrence Beckwith? Watson answers, surprised. Yeah, he doesn't have the flamboyant lifestyle of other artists, but it said he likes men over women. I don't know if I should thank you for all this information. Watson, I'm sure you'll find a way to help me out in turn. Lawrence Beckwith. Is that a new name to us? Because they're not in the performance. Why does he mention him? All right, well, he did give us 2 new names to put on our list here. I guess we'll do it this way. So on our list of, maybe we'll put here like new leads. We've got a Lawrence Beckwith, Langdale Pike mentioned. And what else did Langdale Pike mention to us in this long thing? Peter Hetherington. Otherwise, not really good information. And he also says, I guess if Daniel Oliver is our main suspect, it's worth him noting that Daniel Oliver still having a romantic affair with Maria Leslie, question mark. That was a long entry. Let's see what the chat. Jonathan says, this was very accurate to the original version since it was long thought it might be trimmed down. So since it was so long, I thought it might be trimmed down. Okay, let's look up these 2 new people. We've got a Peter Hetherington. These don't seem particularly interesting to us in terms of our theory, but Peter Hetherington does exist. He's at 90 Northwest. Okay, we'll want to go there. I guess we're trying to find out if Sabellini had a reason. And then the next person is Lawrence Beckwith. Lawrence Beckwith is 57 Southeast. All right, well, we've got 2 new leads at least. I suppose we should be happy. Let's chase them down. First one is 90 Northwest. Okay, 90 Northwest has a long entry. Peter Hetherington lets us in with a bow. He's a good-looking young man in his 20s with black hair swept back on a smiling face. He wears a black and violet velvet jacket. Mr. Hetherington. Peter, please, can I offer you tea or some coffee? Thank you, but no. We only have a few questions. We were given to believe that there was an altercation between William Razor and Nicola Sabellini. Hetherington's face darkens and his voice takes a lower tone, solemn. You're investigating William's death. He wasn't an easy man to get along with, but I'll mourn him. About the other night, yes, I took it on myself to try and bring my 2 friends closer. Apparently, they weren't ready for that. Can you tell us what happened? Well, there's not really much to say. They ignored each other for most of the evening, and then they went to the veranda together. Blows and words were traded before they came back in the house furious. However, my understanding was that they kept on working. Together? Yes, there was a tension between them, but they acted like the great professionals that they were. If you want my opinion, I think those two appreciated the drama of their conflict. His eyes sparkles again. It was appealing in a way. Do you have any idea who could have killed Razor? I thought they had caught that young actor red-handed. Hetherington's voice shows growing surprise. We don't think he's guilty, despite appearances. William was rather annoying, but to the point of killing him, I don't see who would do that. Oh, thank you for hosting us. With pleasure. I hope to see you again soon. As he escorts us to the door, the young man's smile has a lascivious something to it. Okay, well, no comment. That did not help us, except to suggest to us that finally we're finally chasing down the idea that this was not a motive for murder. These two had a romantic thing. They were very heated about it, but they weren't going to kill each other over it. Okay, 57 Southeast is our other person, Becksworth, that was mentioned. Lawrence Becksworth. Lawrence Becksworth, sorry, there's no S. Lawrence Beckwith greets us at his workshop. In his 40s, he's dressed in dark green velvet jacket, is well-built and smiling. Good day, my friends and I. Oh, this is us. Good day. My friends and I are investigating Mr. Razor's murder, begins Watson. I suppose that you've heard about the arrest of Sidney Chaplin. We don't think he's guilty, and I was wondering if you'd have any information that could help us. Beckwith shakes his head. What a story! The Chaplin brothers are good boys. That makes no sense. But I don't know what to tell you. I arrived early to meet Bettencourt and Richard Essex, but I left mid-morning. So you've been part of the London theater scene for a long time. Would you know who would want to kill Razor? You're joking. Many people want Razor to die, but I can't see who could have done it. He was egocentric to the extreme. He had no consideration for the repercussions of his actions or the lives of others. He did whatever he wanted. Look at the program of any of his plays, and you'll have the start of a list of suspects. Well, thanks for everything, but if anything else comes to mind, contact us. All right, nothing, which is what we kind of expected. Okay, well, we've gone to Langdale Pike. We've gone to the Central Carriage Depot. I think we have to go to Porky Shinwell now and see if anyone has leads on Oliver owing lots of money. But he owes money to the bank. He owes money to the bank. You don't think he invested it in one of those mines that is in the newspaper? We still haven't found a tie-in to the newspaper, but the newspaper is talking to us about the investment in mining companies. So I'm hoping to get some leads on him. We could go to legal affairs, court cases, deaths, marriages, and wills. Underworld figures. All right, let's go to Porky and see if he's heard anything about Oliver owing money. Porky Shinwell is 52 EC. Okay, here's what Porky says. Cheers, guys. Are you here for business or pleasure? It's always a pleasure to come here, Porky, but right now we're working on the murder of William Razor. The police have arrested one of our friends. We're sure he's innocent. You're quite lucky, Watson, Porky laughs. Many of my friends have been arrested before, but I've rarely been convinced of their innocence. Have you heard about the murder? Sorry, my patrons don't go to the theater. At times there are a few artists who come by here, full of romantic ideas about slums and poverty. I sometimes even end up in even poorer neighborhoods, in opium dens or other such places. Are there specific places? Well, there's always the Bar of Gold, of course, but that's not a place for occasional patrons. Few of my clients have frequented a den in the southeast run by a Chinese man called Hong or Kong or something like that. In fact, I think I even heard that an actor, what's his name, Ralph Finley, goes there sometimes. Sorry, I don't have any more, guys. Okay, well, that was useless. There's no reason for us to go to the Bar of Gold, right? There's always the Bar of Gold. Opium dens and other such places. I mean, I remember we've been to the Bar of Gold in some other case. I don't know why we would go to it now other than just that it's mentioned. Bar of Gold, Pub 33 Southeast. I'm just going to quickly check it and make sure there's no entry. Well, there is an entry, so let's read it. We enter the famous bar with its subdued lighting. Before we're able to make it 3 steps in, 2 gorillas over 6 feet tall bar our way. I think you're in the wrong place, guys. This place isn't good for your health, but I'll leave before we throw you out. Seems obvious we don't have another choice but to get out of here. All right, there's nothing interesting there. All right, well, Porky was useless. How about we go to the London Library? Maybe we can find some information on the air guns and stuff that will give us a clue. Lomax 5 Southwest. I don't think so, but let's just try it. Oh, I see. He did find something. I was able to find an old program for the play you told me about. Lomax hands us this paper. So we found out about the play that William Razor wrote. Let's see. Look at that. Directed again by Daniel Oliver. This time the director was Jack Vernon. Produced by Daniel Oliver. Let's see who was in this. We've got a couple new people. In fact, we got a bunch of new people. I suppose we should write their names down in case we need to talk to them. It feels like we might not have anything more to discover in this case, but we've got more leads we can visit. So I'm going to put this in our new leads section if we want to be completionists. So we've already talked to Jack Vernon, but this time we've got Elizabeth Gardner, Ian Macaulay, Robert Russell, Vivian Leland, Thomas Courtenay, and Ralph Finley. I guess this is where they got into trouble. Okay, it's interesting that we've got so many new names. This kind of feels a little realistic that these are not relevant for our case, but they're names that you could track down. So let's try to track down these names quickly. Okay, Gardner Elizabeth. Maybe some of these won't have entries. Gardner Elizabeth. Doesn't seem to have an entry. Okay, next, Macaulay Ian. Macaulay doesn't have an entry. All right, I guess these people are not going to have entries. Robert Russell. I've got a Matthew Russell. That's not going to be ours. Leland. I've got a Wendell Leland. This is a Vivian Leland. 56 Southeast. I'm just going to quickly look up what I expect will be nothing. Yeah, there's no entry for that. All right, so these people you can't look up. Thomas Courtenay, last one. No entry for... Okay, so these people you can't look up. The only thing that program told us was that Oliver was a previous director and that he worked with Sabolini in a previous thing. It kind of looks like we've discovered everything, yes, but let's see. We still got a couple more informants. How about Police Gazette? Let's just work our way up. Police Gazette is 35 EC. What about a watch shop? There is a watch shop advertisement. 35 EC. Like, where would we learn more about what he did, how he set up this plot? $35 EC. So, you're investigating the murder of William Razor, aren't you? Says Hogg after the usual greetings of our old friend. I'm not very familiar with the world of theater. I've seen the names of a few known actors in the articles, but I don't know any. What can you tell us about opium, Mr. Hogg? Do you know any actors who use it? Watson, my friend, I don't think that vices are reserved to an artistic group or profession. In my opinion, there are as many actors who smoke opium as in any other imaginable profession. I don't think I have any information which could help you, but I'm always happy to see you. Okay, useless. Next up is Mycroft Holmes. I don't know why he would be anywhere near this case, but he's got something. We'll go visit him and talk to him anyway. Mycroft looks at the crowd coming and going in Pall Mall through the window. It's been 5 minutes since Watson has revealed the facts concerning Razor's murder. Since then, the silence reigning in the visitors' room of the Diogenes Club is as absolute as the one imposed in the club itself. Well then, Watson, says Mycroft as he turns to us, what you told me leaves me little place for any hypothesis other than the obvious ones. Meaning? That Razor was killed and that the young chaplain has been framed to take the blame. Which brings us to two equally obvious questions. What's the reason behind Razor's murder? Or was the point to frame Chaplin? How to choose? I don't know. I don't have enough information, but if you could answer those two questions, you should be close to the solution. Okay, so we think we know the answer to those questions that Mycroft cut right to the point about. We think that they intended to frame Sabolini because it was believable that he would kill, and that Chaplin got caught by mistake, and that the motive was for the money. Quentin Hogg we talked to. Henry Ellis at the London Times. We don't think he knows anything about this case, but we're going to stop by to pay a visit to our old friends anyway. I see, he's got a long entry here. Ellis has brought in Oswald Cray, the theater critic from the Times. Oswald, says Henry to the famous journalist, these people are friends, but they're investigating the murder of William Razor. Do you have some information which might be able to help them? I can tell you what I know, but I'm not a man about town writer like Langdale Pike. What interests me are the intrigues happening on stage, not off it. We understand perfectly, says Watson. First off, I must say that what impressed me the most about this play is that it managed to get done. Oliver has so many troubles these days that I think he still had the money. I didn't think he still had the money required to finance a play in the West End. What kind of trouble? This is what we want to know. Here we go. I'm hoping we're going to find out about his financial trouble. That would be great. The financial kind. He tried to open a series of theaters in the north, Liverpool, Manchester, Leeds. They all went under. I heard that Oliver was down to his last penny, so I was surprised that he could start such an important play. Moreover, with such an actor as known as Razor. Maybe he hoped to repay his losses, put an end to his bad luck streak, suggests Watson. I'm sure that is what he hoped, but a theatrical play is a risky gamble. The costs are quite high. The salaries of the actors and the staff, the location of the theater, the insurance, the ads, all of these expenses come in long before the play's premiere, and it requires many months of performances for a show to be profitable. Look at what happened with Henry VIII. He produced plays? No, I'm talking about Razor's play, Henry VIII. It was the season sensation 2 years ago, but it was a production with a very high cost. The money started to come in at the end of the 8th month, right when Razor decided to drop everything and go back to America. Oliver replaced Razor with another actor, but the play had to be interrupted for a month. Oliver lost a lot. And yet, they're still working together. Yes, there's no business like show business, says Cray. Okay, so we actually got a little bit of extra motive here, right? Our guy Razor is working with Oliver. Oliver's gambling, everything, trying to make money. And then right when the play has got this previous play is starting to get popular, our egocentric guy Razor just up and goes to America to have fun. Oliver gets left holding the bag, had to replace him and lost a ton of money. So now we've got a motive, a big motive. Jonathan says, in the original, it says that it lasted one more month and had to be closed. Okay, so we've now got a secondary motive. In addition to being able to collect insurance money on him, he's getting his revenge at the same time for the guy that caused his financial ruination. I like it. Okay, we've only got a couple more. Let's do it. 36 East C. Edward Hall. Is it time for a break? It's hard for me to know. 36 East. Edward Hall, 36 East C, we went to for other reasons. It was the location of one of the other places we went. That was the jail. All right. Somerset House, 17 WC. Boy, you look at us strangely. Razor is an American. I don't have much to give you. So I guess we could try to go to the American Embassy, but it seems unlikely. And then Disraeli O'Brien at 14 WC. National Archives is closed. So the only place... Oh, then we've got Scotland Yard with Lestrade. I suppose we got to go see Lestrade. Lestrade greets us in his private office. What brings you here, Dr. Watson? You're quite far from Baker Street. We're investigating the murder of William Razor. We don't think Sidney Chaplin is the killer. I don't either. Lestrade shakes his head and lights a cigarette. However, all evidence is pointing his way. Only a few seconds elapsed between the shot and Miss Borain's arrival, and she saw Chaplin near the body with pistol in hand. There's no one else in the room. We can only believe him guilty. You know, when you eliminate the impossible, what remains, as unpleasant as it is, has to be the truth. That's a little plagiarism of a quote from Sherlock Holmes. Okay, we've gone to all the informants that I can think of. John says some of the informants in WCs were not even in the original clue book. Okay, I think it's probably time for another break. We'll come back. It might be time to wrap this up. So we'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. By the way, if you want a co-op for two espresso cup, a little tiny espresso cup, there's a link to purchase it in the community YouTube YouTube community tab. It's at cost on Zazzle, so I don't make any money, but if for some reason you want to, if you like the idea of having the cup that no one else on the planet has, you can get it there. I think we are ready to solve this. Let's go over our theory of the case, and then maybe I'll scan through this book and see if there's anything we haven't seen. Actually, if Jonathan Warner is here after we summarize, he could give us like a thumbs down or thumbs up about whether he thinks we're ready to solve it. But let's go over our theory. We know this guy was shot through the eye with an airsoft gun, with an air-powered gun. We know such a gun was purchased at a nearby gun shop 2 months ago, or a month ago. The gun shop owner says they would recognize the man who bought it if he came in. Okay. We know that the gun found at the scene, with one bullet missing, was not used to shoot this guy in the eye. We believe it was used to shoot a blank and make a loud noise. We found the cotton stopper used when you shoot blanks. The gun released powder onto the shirt of the victim. So we believe the idea is that this guy was killed ahead of time with a silent air gun, and then the murderer planned to make it look like he was killed later, and that was to give himself an alibi so he would be out of the place, out of the theater at the time of the murder, and also to frame someone else. Although we haven't found a good motive for why he wants to frame that other person, other than he just wants to throw suspicion off himself. So we believe the murderer is the producer, Oliver, Daniel Oliver. We know he's in severe financial straits. We know he blames William Razor for part of his financial trouble. And we know he's taken out insurance on Razor. So he's got a motive for money and a motive for revenge. He's made himself out of the office, out of the theater, to give himself an alibi at the time of the murder, at what appears to be the time of the murder. And we think he may have been making a phone call to the guy he's framing. We saw a brief mention about him making a phone call. We think probably was the phone call that got made to the Sabolini guy at the restaurant to tell him that Razor wants to see him, and that whole idea of that was to get him in the room when the apparent shot was fired to frame him. We think the method of framing the person was that we know our guy was an opium addict, so he was passed out over lunch in his room. We think Oliver came in at 12:10, whenever, before he left, killed him, and then set up a contraption to make the gun go off when the next person disturbed the body. He used a watch chain to attach the chain to a nail to the side of the bed, put the gun in the victim's waist and in his hand. And the idea was when you rolled him over, the tension from the watch chain on the nail would cause the trigger to get pulled. And our young, innocent Sidney Chaplin, who went in foiling the plans for framing, went in to wake him up, just got a little what he really did was he turned the body on by his shoulder to wake him up. In doing so, pulled the tension on the chain, the gun went off. In his memory, he's remembering it as if he caused the sleeping guy to panic and the sleeping guy turned to him, but really it was just this contraption making his hand move or whatever, but in the heat of the memory, he reconstructed it slightly wrong. So that's it. That's our theory. I do think, now that I think about it, it's weird that there's no paper mentioning. I wonder if we have any evidence that the watch belonged to our victim. What if the watch belonged to Oliver? That would give us a big clue. And I do notice there is a watch advertisement in last week's paper, 40 Northwest. Just want to see if that happens to be in there. Like, that would be a good clue. That would be a good proof if the watch didn't belong to our victim. The watch place 40 Northwest, that's not in our entry. Okay, so interestingly, nothing in the paper. 40 Northwest. I just like that. I like the idea that the watch, it belongs to our suspect, not our victim. That explains the scene of the crime, that with the twisted nail and the watch chain behind the bed. This contraption theory explains all that. I'm just looking up if there's a watchmaker. There's a watchmaker in EC, 16 EC, and 38 Northwest. Let's just see that. 38 Northwest, no. 16 EC. 16 EC, no. Okay. Sorry. It's not 16 EC, it's 46 EC. That's one, no, 16 EC it was. Okay, so I think that wraps up our theory of the case. Anne, is there anything I'm missing from the theory? Now I'm going to go skim this and see if there are any important clues we missed. Old program, we saw that one. Okay. There's a big entry at 42 Northwest. What's at 42 Northwest? 42 Northwest. Well, I haven't read it. I just noted it. Insurance. That's the cab depot saying we got nothing for you. Another insurance company saying no. Theater saying we're just preparing other shows. Another insurance saying no, no. Okay, so the only entry that looked substantial that we haven't read is 42 Northwest. Oh, isn't that Baker Street? Yeah, that's Baker Street. That's Sherlock Holmes. Why was I not, what's I missing here? All right, so do we want to visit Sherlock Holmes? No, we don't need to visit Sherlock Holmes. We've seen everything. All right, we could visit Sherlock Holmes after the case. He'll talk to us. All right, so that's it. So we know it, we've solved it. Our completionist has got us seeing everything. I would have liked if the watchmaker told us it was Oliver's watch. Okay. All right, questions. First series. Who killed William Razor? Okay, our answer is Oliver. Daniel Oliver, the producer. Who could help us prove it? What's your answer there? We went over this when we summarized. Who could help us prove it? This is good. That's the gun seller, right? Because we remember he said, I'd recognize him if I saw him again. Yeah. How was he killed? Okay, this was with the air gun. Was Sidney Chaplin the victim of a conspiracy against him? That was a fun question because Mycroft was posing that to us. No is our answer. The framing target was Sabellini. Chaplin just was the wrong person at the wrong time. He walked by Sabellini, who said, hey, can you go tell my guy I'm going to be late, I'm eating lunch. Second series, why was he killed? So our second question 5, we have two reasons, right? One is for insurance money plus revenge for causing financial problems. at the previous play. What company would be interested in our discovery? That's the insurance company, right? That they said, hey, if you find evidence that we're not going to have to pay this out, we want to know. And then, what are the two loves of Razor? One is opium. Was it opium and acting? Or is he asking about the love affairs? Jonathan says, the gunsmith who could help us question is not in the original. Had to do with changed cab clue. None of the secondary questions included. Interesting. What would we put for the two loves of Razor? Is it opium and acting? I think everyone said he loved his acting. Oh, Anna says opium and Finley. Okay, so he did seem to still love Finley. All right. Either way, I'll count those in our favor. All right, here we go. We're going to read the solution now. Let's see. Where's my... I have a way to put a marker in here for time stamping. By the way, since we're talking today, we spent a lot of time talking about my AutoZoom plugin that I've written. Another couple things I've written for OBS, much smaller in scope, much simpler, are scripts to help me extract the timestamps based on when I come back from breaks. That's why I'm able to put in timestamps at the end of these videos relatively quickly. It automatically detects those based on transitions between breaks, between the title pages on breaks. Okay, here we go. The murder of Sherlock Holmes. The answer to the first question was Oliver. We got that right. Who would prove it? The gun seller. That's the armorer Joff. Yes, we got that right. How was he killed with air gun? We got that right. Was Chaplin the intended person to blame? No, Oliver tried to frame Nicholas Sabolini for Razor's murder. Okay, so we got the first series all correct. Second series. What was his motive? Financial problems. He was hoping to pocket the money from life insurance contracted with the insurance company. We also added a little bit of revenge. Who wants to know about it if we can prove it? The insurance company, Provident Insurance. We got that right. And what was his two loves? Opium and Ralph Finley. Okay, so Anna was good to correct me from saying acting. Apparently Ralph Finley was his other main love. Tally your score, add the points obtained by answering the questions, then count the leads you followed, then compare the number of leads. So if we were to count leads, we'd have a 0 score, but we don't care about that. All right, so we got everything right. Thanks to Anna, we got right about Finley. I would have said acting. All right, now we're going to read the solution. Now, there is a movie that I was reminded of as I was reading that with Albert Finney as an actor. It's kind of a famous movie. What's the name of that movie? With Albert Finney as a famous actor, and it's sort of like a study on the actor and acting. What movie is that? Can someone remember or look it up? It's like a 2-word title, The Something, I think. But I could be wrong. Albert Finney? Is that his name? Albert Finney? He was in the Joel and Ethan Coen movie about gangsters and hats, which I always forget the name of. Let's start there. What's the name of that movie? My favorite Joel and Ethan Coen movie. Well, I don't know if it's my favorite. I liked Fargo too. But with the hats, why do I always forget the name of that movie? We're going to wait until the chat comes with the answers to these questions. Miller's Crossing is the movie. Okay, so in Miller's Crossing, Albert Finney, I believe that's his name, is in Miller's Crossing and plays one of the 2 rival head gangsters. I can live without knowing the movie he was The Entertainer. Maybe that was it. All right, let's read our solution and then we'll talk about the case. Here we go. I don't know if this is gonna work to read. It's not, it's a full page width, so there's no real good way to do this. We have gathered at 221B Baker Street with Dr. Watson. Doesn't really help. I may have to use my glasses to read this. Okay. We've gathered at 221B Baker Street with Dr. Watson, Charlie Chaplin, and a jovial-looking Holmes. We're waiting for Wiggins' arrival. Our wait is short-lived. We've barely settled into our seats when the door opens before Daniel Oliver, solidly held by Wiggins at Holmes's request. I'm sorry, Wiggins. I do realize I'm ruining your chance of breaking into theater. I was even curious to see how you would have portrayed me. Despite his large smile, Holmes exudes, excuses are sincere. That's nothing, Mr. Holmes. There will be other plays, says Wiggins starkly. He pushes Oliver with a bit more strength than is necessary and forces him to sit in the rattan chair. By what right do you hold me here? Demands Oliver. Yes, Holmes, I'd like to hear the answer to that question. Inspector Lestrade is standing in Holmes's living room doorway. Come in, Inspector. Holmes crosses the room, takes Lestrade's coat, and seats him in a chair in front of Oliver. Inspector, allow me to introduce you to William Razor's killer, Mr. Daniel Oliver. Oliver? Really? Without a doubt, Inspector. This case was offering us a pretty setup from the start. A shot which could be heard by all, the shout of a woman, a man leaning over a body, a pistol smoking in hand. A quality second act, but a melodrama which doesn't match reality. Young Chaplin had no motive, no reason to kill Mr. Razor. In the end, we have to rely on the facts to draw our conclusions. The facts? What do you mean? What do you call the fact that Chaplin was near the corpse with the murder weapon in hand? Inspector, did you not read the report of your criminologist? Razor wasn't killed with the Webley found in Chaplin's hand. Just that should be enough to lift your suspicions. And the extra proof found in Razor's dressing room clearly allows us to establish the trappings used to kill him. It's really only a magic trick. The proof? What proof? Asks Lestrade, irritated. The broken watch chain, the traces of powder on the wall, and the nail in the bed, declares Holmes. Holmes? Inspector Lestrade shakes his head, but before he can say more, Holmes continues. Follow my reasoning, Lestrade. If a theory cannot explain all of the proof, then that theory isn't valid. My theory is that Razor was killed before Chaplin came into the room. He was shot, then placed on his bed. Holmes heads to the blackboard, covered with a cotton sheet. He pulls off the sheet, revealing a sketch of the crime scene. The revolver was tied to the bed, held by the nail slid into the trigger guard. The barrel turned towards the wall. The chain of Razor's watch was then tied to the trigger, and the pistol loaded. A sheet hid everything. Then Chaplin comes into the room and turns over Razor's body. The chain pulls the trigger, a blank is fired, causing the presence of powder on the wall, and the chain breaks. Chaplin, thinking that Razor is alive and has shot himself, instinctively reacts and takes the weapon from him. In the confusion, Razor's body falls to the floor. The scene is set for our first witness, Miss Berain, who ends the scene with a cry of horror. Says Lestrade, who is obviously starting to seriously consider Holmes's scenario. You've set up a well-thought-out trap, Mr. Oliver. The man remained quiet during all of Holmes' demonstration. But you chose the wrong character, didn't you? Nothing of what you've said proves my implication in this matter, shouts Oliver irately. I think I can find enough proof here. Holmes turns the blackboard over. On the other side, a map of the theater is drawn in chalk. Holmes pulls out his notebook from his pocket, opens it, places it in his right hand, and resumes. He says, I compared the testimonies of the actors and the theater personnel, and I managed to determine the sequence of events. As you know, Lestrade, Brian Smith, the doorman, has a journal of arrivals and departures from the theater. The main doors are closed when the theater isn't open, and the only open entrance the day of the murder was the artist's entrance, where Mr. Smith is on watch. Exactly, confirms Lestrade. Oliver remains silent, but a disdainful smile furtively appears on his scowling but attentive face. Let's examine what we know. Oliver was in his office at 11:45, which is confirmed by his secretary. It's precisely at that time that Francis Stanley went out for lunch, leaving Oliver alone in the administrative wing of the theater. We probably should have tracked his location a little bit better. Oliver then left his office with his hat, his coat, and his bag. Holmes now starts talking directly to Oliver. You went down the stairs and reached Razor's dressing room by using the exit corridor. There, you pulled a compressed air weapon from your bag and killed William Razor. Ridiculous, shouts Oliver. You have no proof. All in good time, Mr. Oliver, all in good time. Holmes continues to talk to Oliver as he details his path. Oh, looks like I'm going to be made happy about this one little piece. Okay, he says, after having killed Razor, you set up your trap. You then left via the corridor. Mr. Borain hears your footsteps, but believes it's Razor going into his dressing room. This was Anna's theory all along. You come down the stairs into the trap room, going through the dimmer room, and the lounge where you stopped to make a phone call. Ryder, the janitor, saw you using the telephone. There's no harm in that, says Oliver, in a somewhat less assured voice. We'll see, says Holmes. You called the person you wanted to frame, Nicola Sabellini. This was what I picked up on, that he was making this phone call. Pretending to be Razor, you asked him to come see you in your dressing room. But Sabellini's lunch had just been brought to him, so he asked young Chaplin to warn Razor that he'd be late. You didn't stay there to make sure that your prey was the right one. You left the theater so that you'd have an alibi when your trap closed. You have no proof, says Oliver calmly. You mean the murder weapon? The one you certainly threw into the Thames as you went home? You're very good at telling stories, but none of this holds up. Holmes opens the door to the bedroom, and a man comes out. This is going to be Joff the gunsmith. Yes, that's him, gentlemen, he says while pointing at Oliver. Oliver's face blanches all of a sudden. Holmes turns to Lestrade. Joff here is an armorer, and he just happens to have sold a compressed air pistol to Mr. Oliver. You, of course, still have the weapon to hand over to the police to clear yourself. All of this is ridiculous. I will contact my lawyer. Lestrade gets up, tosses his cigarette in the fireplace, and sets himself in front of Oliver with a carnivorous smile. Before that, we'll go over all of these elements together. Come with me to the station. I might need you later, Holmes. After Lestrade and Oliver's departure, Holmes pours each of us a glass of port. with the exception of Charlie, who instead gets a hot cocoa. We make a toast to the resolution of this new case. Why would he have done that, Mr. Holmes? I think his motive was of a financial nature, but I learned along the years that by looking too hard for a motive, one's attention becomes scattered, and it can be a hindrance to the resolution of a case. Sometimes all that's needed is to pull on the thread for the truth to come out. And then it tells us how Holmes figured it out. So there you have it. The murder of Sherlock Holmes. All right, we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll come back and we'll discuss our thoughts on the case. You guys can think about it in that 5-minute period. Collect yourself, collect your thoughts. We'll hear from Jonathan what if there are any differences in the answer. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. We're here to wrap up our final thoughts on West End Adventures Case 2, The Murder of Sherlock Holmes. It's 5:15 a.m., so we've been playing for a little over 6 hours. Before we give our thoughts on this case, Jonathan was telling us a little bit about the differences. Feels like not as many differences as in the first case, but there were some interesting differences. Jonathan says two main ones. One was at the end solution when, one was this. Oh, that's confusing it. Okay, one is that on the map there were some extra annotations. I guess the annotation here is telling us here's where Oliver's office was. Shot, Razor's room, Bahrain. So it may be a clue that Oliver could have walked there. Here. Oh, look at this. 12:30 call. That's giving away a huge clue. That was my favorite clue to spot, that he made a phone call. And here it looks like it was part of the clue telling us that Oliver made a phone call at 12:30. And it says here, Drury Lane Theater 4 Planes with Wiggins notes. I like in the old version, these diagrams are bigger and clearer. The stage door logbook is easier to read and bigger. And then I forget now, did I put the... Jonathan said that the solution, which I'm now forgetting... Okay, so Jonathan says that in the solution to case 2, if we look at... the green screen's confusing it. If we look at the solution to case 2, that in this one, Holmes flipped over the blackboard and on it was a diagram of how the contraption was set up. So there's the nail, there's the revolver. When you turn them over, it pulls the trigger. I guess the gun was made to face into the wall. I'm not sure why you care what direction it's facing, but it doesn't matter. As soon as you turn him over, the trigger gets pulled. Very strange that this case did not make a single use of the newspaper. I'm not used to that. I can't remember another case where there was no use of the newspaper at all. So I'll give my thoughts while I'm waiting for Jonathan and Anna to give their thoughts. Jonathan played this solo a while ago and then followed along. So Jonathan will have a different sort of take on this. All right, I'll give you my thoughts. First of all, I really liked it. I liked I said this in the beginning. The cases where you're presented with facts and you don't know how to make sense of those facts are much more satisfying than the cases where you're just trying to rule out people and find the one person that's left, or trying to find the motives. Finding motives of people and checking their alibis is all good and fun, but it's most enjoyable when you got these facts and you can't understand the nail on the wall, the half a watch chain, the blank shot. Like, those were all these tantalizing clues that we had fairly early on that we didn't know how to make sense of. And that was really fun. And we wrestled with those quite a bit. And the information dripped out on those over time in a very nice way. The autopsy revealed some information, the gun shop revealed information. And it felt like there were lots of parts in this case where we didn't really get stuck trying to think of, we didn't get bottlenecked where we really hit a dead end until we came up with something, but there were lots of times when we had to think a little harder about where we would go. Like even from the very first clue, the bill just says DLT, and we had to figure out what theater that was, just small things like that. But a bunch of them, when they added up, it was fun. The insurance company. There were a lot of clues that you weren't told exactly where to go. And that's a really fun element of these games. When you're not told, here are the 3 names to look up in the directory, go to those. You have to use a little more thinking. So I really enjoyed that. And I enjoyed the little details, like he was the one making the phone call. I enjoyed the detail of him trying to frame one person, but it was the other person got caught. That was a fun little detail. And it took us a time to come around to the idea, like early on we thought, was he killed at a different time? But then the shot, and there were things that made us think alternate theories. In the end, we came to the right one. The only thing that I didn't love was the idea that our person who got framed described waking up the guy and the guy was startled and fought him for the gun. But in retrospect, I actually do like that. I do like that the witness is unreliable and has fabricated his memory of what happened. That seems realistic to me. The part that seems cartoonish is the contraption that's tying the watch chain to the gun. That's cartoonish because in reality, there would be a 99% chance that even if you somehow got that to work, the cops would come and find a gun still attached to the chain to the nail. It would be super obvious that the gun was rigged to go off, or you would when you wake up the guy, you notice. I mean, the details of getting that contraption to work are cartoonish, but that's within the scope of how these games works. Especially the Sherlock Holmes consulting detective games, we agree to allow such cartoonish contraptions in this world of Sherlock Holmes. So we're not going to hold it against it. In the chat, Anna says, it was a good case in all, interesting characters, solvable, maybe not one of the best, though, because of Sydney's weird statements derailed us, but that was intentional, yeah. I guess the core heart of any complaints I have are just the cartoonishness of how the contraption was set up. Other than that, I actually think, in retrospect, it's completely fine that Sydney's statements were inconsistent with reality because he was panicked at the moment the shot went off, etc. John says, technically you can find references to Kong in the first paper, but going there before Finley seems like breaking the order intended. Kong is included as a picture in the first paper. That's our opium story. We did think to look at that. Oh yeah, Hop Ye Khan. Okay. When I played it, Jonathan says, when I played it, I went to visit Sydney after checking with all the actors and their alibis because I think in case one going to visit the accused gave away too much. But as a result, the framing contraption was not as mysterious to me. For me, it was much more a fun cross your T's and dot your I's instead of facts not adding up for a while. The big highlight was just the logs, the maps, visiting all the characters in the theater, even if those elements could maybe have gone a little deeper. It was fun how when you visit the theater, all of a sudden, here's the place you can talk to all the people at the theater rather than visiting locations. They were all there at the theater. That was fun. And the timeline information was fun, although you didn't really need to use the timeline too much. I guess it just gave people reasonable alibis. Not that we really needed that because they didn't really have any motives. So we didn't really need to. In these games, it's very common that you've got people with motives, but you rule them out because their alibi is solid. Here, we had alibis for people that didn't need alibis because they had no motive to do anything. So that timeline was a little weird, but it was nice to see that detailed timeline. It would have been nice if noticing that that call was probably made by Oliver was more central to knowing that he did it. I would kind of have liked noticing that one little detail that he probably made that phone call to have been more critical. But it was nice, compact set of characters, and I liked also the little details of talking to the lawyers and the bank person and the insurance people. Like, they were all gave the right amount of sort of clues that you're on the right trail, but didn't give too much away. And it's they could have had a little side story from the paper, might have been nice. I wonder if we don't need a term to describe certain kinds of cases where you couldn't get the wrong answer convincingly. Let me say what I mean by that. You might consider two classes of cases. In the first case, in both kinds of cases, you could get it, you could fail to come up with the right solution. And then there are cases where you could fail to come up with the right solution because you convinced yourself of an alternative hypothesis. So if you imagine a guy who was killed in a mystery, and it could either have been the wife that killed it or the jealous ex-boyfriend that killed it, and a different group that plays it might miss certain clues and come up with a different theory. One group might think the wife did it and be convinced of that. Another group might think it was the ex-boyfriend who did it and be convinced of that. That's one kind of case, one category of case. Then there's the other category of cases that are like this. And those are where you could fail to come up with a plausible theory for the facts. But it's hard to imagine coming up with a plausible theory for the facts that are wrong. In other words, it's hard to come up with, in this case, an alternative murderer, whether you think it's Chaplin really did it, or Wiggins did it, or Cipriani did it. It's hard to see how those facts would match, how you could come up and convince yourself that the facts match that. It's more like you could imagine a group gets to this and just cannot put together the pieces of the puzzle and just says, we don't know. Jonathan Warner says, who is Bobby? He's in the log but never ID'd. Is that what it was? I knew there was a Bobby mentioned, but I can't remember where. He was just in a log. I feel like it was mentioned somewhere. I just don't know, but I don't remember where. Anna says it would have been nice if there was a little side story. There were some good humorous moments in this game as well. I forget what they were now, but there were a couple minutes where Lestrade, or not Lestrade, but the Langdale Pike is making a joke about Wiggins. A couple people making jokes about Wiggins. This was a good, solid case, though. A good, solid, enjoyable case. A fun case to play. Jonathan, what was it like to play alone watching it here? I wonder if you would, how you felt. I appreciate Jonathan sticking with us for this whole thing, watching the changes. I'm not sure how enjoyable that was. I do think I was very pleased with how the OBS AutoZoom plugin that I wrote worked for this. It was written for these kinds of games, for Sherlock Holmes games, and I feel like it surpassed my hopes for it. I didn't know if it would actually be practical to use, but it looks like it was practical, and it served a couple of purposes pretty well. It does let me hide the information from clues that I'm not reading from the screen. That's the one thing. So before I was using, remember, we were basing this on watching Paul Grogan's videos where when he would read a clue, he would hide stuff like this, hide the stuff while reading, so you could only see this. So I like that it meant I didn't have to mess with that. But the other really nice thing, and it seems like this is a little bit faster to do, but the other really nice thing that this did that I wasn't sure about whether it would do in the beginning is a pretty substantial, which is it lets me read it now because it's split screen and I moved it to the left hand side, which is the camera's not in front of it. I can actually see this on the screen just as you can on a big monitor. So I can actually read it while looking forward at the screen. And I hope that that will improve the audio when I'm reading this text compared to when I had to look down and read it. So that seems like a substantial advantage, and it's been nice to be able to zoom in to these pictures so you can see them a little more clearly. And I feel like that worked as well as could have been hoped. So I'm really happy with the way that turned out. I've still got some improvements that I'd like to make to it, but that's basically it. I was curious where your guys' reasoning, let's see, it was still pretty entertaining. You always say you should come back and see where others get stuck and make different decisions. When you guys were convinced Razor was alive when Sydney woke him. Yes, I was very curious where your guys' reasoning would go from there. I was kind of convinced once Sydney told us that he panicked and when he turned to meet him, that was a... we were talking about terms for things. That's almost another, it's in the same category of when you see security cameras in one of these games that are time-stamped. And it's one of those questions of, does a witness statement, should you believe it? When the witness told us that he woke him up and he panicked and he grabbed the gun, should we assume that the author of the game will never write that if it's not true? And in this case, we came to the right decision, which is that just that this guy, Sidney Chaplin, sort of misremembered it and panicked. And I like that. I like that we came to that correct decision, but it was challenging. Jonathan says, the first case was probably a little more entertaining to compare old versus new because the differences were a bit more extreme. Yes, that's true. But there were little tidbits here, like Jonathan says the cab clue was different. The cab clue said that someone went to Victoria Station and you can't go there, but then at the end, Holmes says that he found, isn't this right, Jonathan? In this game, Holmes says you probably threw the airsoft gun in the river if you didn't produce it to prove you're innocent. And in the original case, Holmes finds the airsoft gun, the air-powered gun, in a locker in Victoria Station. So that was an interesting little difference. All right, any final thoughts on this game? Jonathan says, for a while we thought he was alive then, but the problem, or Anna says, but the problem was no one could have killed him had a good motive, yeah. Well, I guess my theory, my original theory was that he was killed at 12:45 by the gun that was planted and hooked up to, oh no, my theory was that that the gun in his hand was a real gun, but that something else killed him at that time. I also thought that our guy Oliver could have snuck back in through a locked door. The game sort of seems to want to scare you away from that by saying the doors are all locked. I think I might have liked a statement by the production manager that said everything was locked up and I'm the only one who has a key, not even the producer has a key. I would have liked, because in my mind I was thinking, well, the producer's got to have keys to the back doors in. So I always thought that Oliver could have snuck back in. I would have liked a clue that said something like no one has keys in. All right, very fun experience. Fun using the new tools. What did you guys think of the digital notes thing? I'm not sure how I'm not sure how useful this is, but actually I felt like this wasn't too much of a burden to keep these notes. And they did help me go back and find addresses and stuff. So it's like taking notes in general. You rarely actually need to go through and go back through the notes. But so I'm not sure how actually useful they were, but then the same could be said of written notes. But I did feel like actually updating these notes, and especially keeping track of locations of people, wasn't too onerous, especially with this new ability to slide the keyboard in, slide it back. And certainly it has to be said that this is easier for the audience to read and look at notes. So I'd be curious to hear your thoughts on the AutoZoom plugin, whether that was useful, on the using of the digital notes, and of me reading from the screen the text. It was a little harder to read the end solution. But are those all improvements? Are there parts of that? Are there suggestions for ways to make it better? Jonathan says, I thought the digital notes and AutoZoom both worked great. Oh, I appreciate that. I'm sort of fishing for compliments, but I'm also serious about the value of the different views. Looks like we got a successful way. I think we'll get better at the notes too as we go. The other advantage of the digital notes, of course, is it's done on Google Docs, which means I could share this with other detectives playing it, and that could be updated by someone else as well. And maybe when I get better, a little more fluent with the digital notes, I'll be able to bold out stuff and cross things off the list as we do it. Oh, fun case. I'm very happy to play case 3. I forget, these cases are not of the same caliber as the Baker Street Irregulars box, but I felt like this one was a little bit better than case 1, so I'm sort of happy to play more cases. Happy to play more cases from this box. All right, shall we end it there? Anything else from Jonathan, Anna, from anyone else? Any other final thoughts? Anything else anyone wants to say about any other topic? Amazon has the Cold Case Investigation Unit Case 4 up for sale. That's the 4th and new case. They're a little bit unclear about when it will ship, though. It may ship in a couple weeks, in which case we'll play it and I'll do a review of the rest of the 4, or that may change. But if we can get it soon, we'll play it as soon as we get it. So hopefully we'll be playing that 4th case soon. Otherwise, I'd be happy to schedule another West End Adventures case. As Halloween approaches, we'll try to play some spooky games. Maybe a game by Deadbolt Mystery Society. And at some point I have a couple more videos I want to make. All right, I guess that's it. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you on the next video.